not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Follow the ridgeway, man. Follow the ridgeway, man.
Phrasing. This is from 12 Rules for Life. It's science.
China.
I see that you know your judo.
Phrasing?
Don't be creepy.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
That's hot. That's hot.
So hot right now. This is from 12 Rules for Life. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Jesus, I say that. Jesus, I say that.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Okay. Mic check. That's working. Okay, good stuff. Well, it's fantastic to see all of you folks here once again. We have, I would characterize as an inordinate amount of stuff for us to go through today. Take one day off and, well, you know. Well, chat, buckle up. We have a little journey to take, space fams. Straight through the abyss. Okay, let's see. What are we starting off with here today? Well, like I said, took one day off, and we have 6 different instances of gun violence in America in the last 24 hours. So, I guess we'll start with that. This first one is from ABC 7 New York, 21 hours ago. Police officer and suspect both shot, exchanging gunfire in Montclair.
Well, a case of gun insanity in New Jersey this afternoon, and tonight we have new
I have
information
my body.
how a wild shootout unfolded between police in the Essex County town of Montclair and a woman who fired at them. The woman with a shotgun was hit, but not before cops say she fired first at police and wounded one of the officers. Now the mystery. Why did this happen? Here's Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo.
I was walking up to my house, and the officer said, "Run, run, run."
No one on this quiet Montclair street saw it coming, including the police.
They just went in, and I heard screaming, gun, and next thing I know, I heard boom, boom, boom.
You hear the exchange of gunfire on this neighbor's security video.
What do you mean there was
Coming from
6
a
that
home a
happened on your
couple of
block
doors
last
down.
night?
The Essex County
God damn.
Prosecutor's Office.
What block do you live on?
The suspect shot a police officer. You see him dart away from the home.
That's the cop that got shot on his arm.
Neighbors say this is him afterwards, wearing a bandage on his arm. Authorities say police returned fire, hitting the shooter, a woman who neighbors say lives on the 2nd floor.
She came out with a shotgun, saying this is her effing territory, her effing territory.
Is chat claiming that I'm somehow a Space Ghost ripoff? Is that what's happening? I'm trying to figure this out. You know, I'll take it. I'll accept it. I'll accept it.
Say the young mother of 2 small children moved into this house less than 6 months ago. The shooting at around 1:15 Monday afternoon, nothing less than bizarre.
I don't know her, but she didn't see the
Okay. Alright, we're gonna continue through this unfortunate series of videos. You're not saying that I'm a Space Ghost ripoff. Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I do feel like we take things slightly more seriously than Space Ghost, if I'm being perfectly honest. There's a ripoff of me doing a 30th anniversary stream, like, in the future. That's actually... Wow, AI is really getting out of hand, I gotta say. Okay, this is from ABC Philadelphia, but it's actually news from New York. 2 law enforcement officers and suspect killed after exchanging gunfire at home near Syracuse.
Breaking overnight, a police officer and a sheriff's deputy in upstate New York were shot and killed in an exchange of gunfire with a suspect. Police say the suspect was also killed. The shooting took place shortly after 8 last night at a home in Liverpool, about 6 miles north of the city of Syracuse. It happened after Syracuse police and Onondaga County Sheriff's Office tracked a vehicle that had eluded police earlier. Syracuse Police Chief Joseph Cecil told reporters, "We lost 2 heroes tonight."
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Okay, this one is, I think, honestly,
breaking overnight,
it's not the.
a 16-year-old
I'm not gonna try and quantify
shot
or
as he answered the
like,
door
you know,
of a home in Germantown.
But this shit
Authorities
is
say
fucked
he was
up.
babysitting
Okay,
his 2 young cousins at a home.
hold on. It's all fucked up. People need to stop shooting at each other all the time in America. Just chill the fuck out. But this one's genuinely just fucked. There's a couple of... There's actually multiple in here that are, I don't... yeah, there's none of these that are... I'm done. I'm done trying to rank these in terms of fuckedness. This one is from ABC Philadelphia from 15 hours ago. Teen shot in Philadelphia's Germantown after answering door while babysitting young cousins.
Breaking overnight, a 16-year-old boy is in the hospital, shot as he answered
Is it
the
buffering?
door
Son
of a home
of
in
a bitch.
Germantown. Authorities
Hold
say he
on.
was babysitting his 2 young cousins at a...
It's buffering. Why does this do this? Why? Why do you insist on doing this to me? What have I done? What have I done to you? Exactly, to be treated this way. Huh? What's the problem? The Earth is stuck. The Earth is stuck. Is the Earth stuck? Why, Earth? Why must you be stuck? Hold on, let me look at something. Oh shit, I just realized that we have 0 support characters up, but you have 16 likes already. That is fucked. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. You know what, chat? Who do you want? Who do you want first? I'm gonna give you the option. You're the ones who got us here. Tell me in chat, who do you want? Of the obvious available options. Maybe we should just stay with by the way, is it fixed yet or is it still stuck? What's happening? What's happening exactly? Can somebody tell me if it's better yet? It does look kind of stuck to me right now. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god, it's buffering so bad. Ew. Ew. Ew, ew, ew. Why are you doing... Is this because... Oh, I think I know why. I think I know why. I think I know what's happening. But I don't like this. This makes me sad. Oh, this is probably the problem. I'm trying to think what else could be the problem right now. I also have open. That would be somehow problematic. Earth is moving again? Oh, this is good. Okay. Earth is moving. I see Cisco, who's not on the list. Unless you mean Cisco with a K. Mr. Anderson. So right now it's tied between, I think, Cisco with a K and Mr. Anderson. I cannot throw regular other Cisco. He's in the bar right now. We can't just take him away from the bar. Well, it's a one... I only see one vote, essentially. Is it still buffering for everybody? That's my question. It doesn't look like it's buffering anymore to me on what I'm looking at. You think it's better now? Okay, good. Okay. Well, then let's watch this video about a teenager who just got shot inside of the home of his cousins whom he was watching. It's really John Wick. Okay, that's 2 for John Wick. Okay.
That was not his. Those youngsters were just feet away from the gunfire. Action News reporter Corey Davis is live at police headquarters with details on this breaking story. Good morning.
Tam, good morning. So investigators are telling us that 16-year-old victim is stable as he continues to be treated at the hospital this morning. We're told he was just babysitting his 5- and 7-year-old cousins. They saw this happen. We're also told that they were on the couch when police say that 16-year-old went to answer the door.
when the 16-year-old answered the door. We're not certain how many, but at least one male entered the property and fired 6 shots, striking the 16-year-old in the abdomen and the arm.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Okay. Thankfully, he's apparently okay. He's alive and in what I believe to be a stable condition. Hopefully, he recovers. But this shit is ridiculous.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
Here's another one from 6ABC, Philadelphia. Suspect identified after man found shot to death near St. Joseph's University. Ugh, this is the worst way to start streams, I swear to God. It makes me so sad.
We have this just in from the Montgomery County District Attorney regarding the homicide victim found shot to death along City Avenue near St. Joseph's University late Sunday. Authorities issued an arrest warrant for 39-year-old Tyrese Quinterly of Philadelphia. They say he shot 39-year-old Jefferson Shackford to death inside his van at City Avenue and Cardinal Avenue on the lower Marion Township side. Then the DA says he called 911 with a fabricated story claiming Quinterly nearly hit the victim with his car. A responding officer let Quinterly go before discovering the victim had been shot and the story was a lie. Police say Quinterly was last seen driving a green Chevrolet Express van with a...
Okay. Well, that was number 5, right? Yep.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
Okay, here's the last one. And this one, actually, no, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, this is number 5. There's still one more after this one. And this one's frustrating as fuck. This one is... This one's very frustrating. They're all frustrating. But let's watch this one here from NBC News. A video showing an Ohio man confront an Uber driver before fatally shooting them. 1.5 million views, huh? Wow, okay. People saw this one. This is from a day ago.
Here behind me is where a scam call turned deadly, and I'm going to step out of the way here so you can get a look here. The man who lives here is accused of shooting and killing an Uber driver. He now faces a murder charge and potential other charges. According to reports, authorities say William Brock had been receiving multiple threatening scam calls the morning of March 25th. The calls were concerning an incarcerated relative, and Brock was told to meet at the courthouse to pay a ransom of $12,000 in bail money, or they would kill him and his relative. Around the same time of the call, Lolitha Hall received directions from the same person or an accomplice, instructing her to go to Brock's home to pick up a package for delivery. Dashcam video from Hall's car shows her arrive to Brock's home to pick up that package.
Jesus
According
Christ.
to reports from the Clark County Sheriff's Office,
This woman had
Brock
no idea
allegedly
what was
had a
going
gun.
on.
This video appears to confirm that. The incident report says Brock allegedly took Hall's phone and wouldn't let her leave, and when she tried to go, authorities say Brock then shot Hall. They started fighting, and he shot her 2 more times.
Jesus fucking
Authorities
Christ.
received a call from Brock saying he had shot someone on his property because they were trying to rob him. When units arrived, they found Hall with multiple gunshot wounds, and Brock was bleeding from his head. Hall was flown to Kettering Hospital in Dayton, where she died. Reports...
This one is fucked up on like 17 levels. It's not just...
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
It's not just that, right? It's not just the guns. It's like... It's fucked up on like... Alright, 17 might be a little bit hyperbolic. But... I think you get what I'm saying here, right? Like, it genuinely isn't just that, right? Like, there's so many... Oh, God, this one just really gets me
While
going.
officials were on scene, Brock's landline phone kept ringing, and when one officer picked it up, the man on the other line said he was an officer. And the real officer explained what happened and asked the caller to meet. And he agreed, but never showed up. We reached out to Uber, and they responded with this statement saying in part, quote, "There is no other way to describe this incident than a horrific tragedy. Our hearts continue to be with Lolitha's loved ones as they grieve her sudden loss. We have been in contact with law enforcement and remain committed to supporting their investigation. End quote. Uber also went on to say the account of the individual who ordered the Uber trip has been banned.
The sheriff's office
they've been
is
banned.
also...
How great. How great. See, like, you get what I'm saying here? There's like, it's like an onion of terrible. Like, because first off, I hate seeing old people getting scam called, right? And like maliciously like tricked, right, into like giving away their money or doing other sorts of things. Usually it's that, obviously. But you get what I'm saying here? Like, first it starts off with that, right? Then this Uber driver shows up. Uber is not doing its job here, right? And is allowing this to already have occurred. This woman shows up, essentially having been hired by Uber to get her there, right, to do this job, supposedly. She is completely unaware of the situation. Then this guy comes out, and let's be honest, he's probably a tiny bit racist, but that might be I might be wrong. So let's just forget that part of it, okay? But the fact is my guess is he wouldn't have shown up with a gun if. But the fact is if you heard it correctly, they were fucking threatening this guy's life and a bunch of other shit, right? And it is completely fucked. But this guy shouldn't have come out with a fucking gun, right? He should have just called the cops and not been whatever. What do you want to? What's the best? Like, and not be some like John Wayne or some shit with I'm gonna set the neighborhood right now. But no, you could have called the cops, pal. You could have avoided this whole situation, and you know. And then Uber's response to it is absolutely mind-boggling. And they had better be doing something behind the scenes more than that goddamn tweet or whatever that was. It's ridiculous. Right, and the fact is Uber can't even afford employees. They don't have real... It's all third-party contractors. I'm mad at everybody in this situation, including this lady, for telling this story like it's... Oh, god damn it.
Reminding residents to be extra cautious and that no law enforcement agency or court will call you and demand for bail money over the phone. That goes for any other court functions as well. Reporting in Springfield, Grace Hewitt, 2 News.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on...
Pause. Good God, that was rude. Okay. Yeah, this guy came out there full Rambo. Does that woman look like a criminal? Like, if I saw that lady, I would not think that she's a criminal coming to rob me. That's just me. Oh my fucking god. By the way, we still have one more. I told you we had 6. That was only number 5. This next one affects a whole neighborhood of people. This is from Fox 11 Los Angeles from 2 days ago. Deputies duck from bullets sprayed by rooftop shooter in Marina del Rey.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
LAPD officers pinned down by a barrage of gunfire. Tense moments in an upscale neighborhood under threat from a gunman. Good evening to you. I'm Susan Hilversoon, and welcome to the Fox 11 Weekend News. Terror in a Marina del Rey neighborhood after a gunman opens fire from an apartment rooftop. Fox 11's Chelsea Edwards joins us now live. And Chelsea, there are reports the suspect was actually live streaming the shooting.
That's right, Susan. That was initially reported by City News Service. It appears, though, that those videos have now been scrubbed from the internet. There are other videos circulating out there. We actually just spoke with a neighbor who took some. We heard several gunshots over and over. So many gunshots rang out last night, just terrifying this neighborhood. Everybody in the area had to be on lockdown while authorities tried to figure this situation out. Take a listen.
My girlfriend's been in lockdown in her apartment this whole time, freaking out.
Again, gunshot after gunshot rang out at this apartment complex where in Marina del Rey, and this all happened last night, where an armed resident started firing from the rooftop. Now, everyone in the area told to shelter in place while authorities tried to figure out exactly where the rounds were coming from at first, and also what was going on and what had prompted it. Now, it happened at this building called the Pearl on Via Marina. We're right across the street from Mother's Beach, to give you.
Okay, there we go. There we go. I think we get it. This dude is completely unhinged and just started shooting from the rooftops while live streaming it. Absolutely psychotic. Okay, moving on to some American, I guess you would call it like business news somewhat, but it's really just it's really just like a bunch of lawsuits and other red flags and crap like that, really. Just call it non-political-ish news. Ay, ay, ay. All right, this next one is, first we're going to look at this. Yeah. This is just salvage crews racing against the clock to remove massive chunks of fallen Baltimore Bridge from 17 hours ago. Just keeping us up to date with this. Are we at 20 likes? No, we're at 18. We're 2 away. Wait, no. 18? No. Is that right? All right. 18. Wow. That's an interesting way of doing it. Using like a barge. Lana Del Rey. You know what's funny is I found RM Brown after I started the stream. Before I like you know what I mean? Like I had already kind of been doing a bunch of these antics. I think he just inspired me to amp the antics up. Okay. This one is this one's frustrating as well. There's a lot of frustrating videos we're going to be looking at, chat. I'm going to be honest. This one's frustrating for a couple of reasons, but if the way that they frame it at the very... Ow. No. Here's the thing. Let's just watch this. But I think you'll know why I'm slightly frustrated by it. LA gets $900 million to boost public transit before 2028 Olympics. Are you getting where I'm coming from with this yet? Because the first half of it I love, and the reason... let's just watch it. Oh shit, we have 20.
LA Metro is getting 900.
We have 20. Who do you want? Who do we want? Who do you want, chat? I feel like if I leave this up to you this whole time, it's going to take us way longer to get through this stream. I have a literal avalanche of videos. Alright, not literal. A metaphorical avalanche. Alright, I'm just going to give you Jessica Fletcher. How's that? Jessica? Is that good for you? Do you like that? Is that what you like, chat? Oh, look, you said Jessica. Hey, look at that. Look at the... Wow, just amazing. Okay, let's watch this.
$100 million in federal funds for the 2028 Summer Olympics. Here in LA, the bulk of that money will go toward 2 major metro projects to help visitors and athletes get around town. NBC4's Conan Nolan in the newsroom now with more on these projects. Conan.
That's right. Remember, the last time Los Angeles was the host of the Olympic Games, the Olympics made a profit, $250 million in profit. In fact, that's one of the reasons we're having it in 2028. And the argument has been that Whatever the public expenditure will be, it will be for projects that we will need well after the games are over. Outside the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, a reminder, it's just 1,563 days away.
The greatest athletes in the world will compete in Los Angeles, at this Coliseum, and in stadiums throughout Southern California. They will be at their best, and they expect us to be at our best.
To that goal, city and state leaders celebrated the arrival of $900 million from Washington, targeted for transit projects ahead of the 2028 Olympic Games, the lion's share of which will go to 2 metro projects, sections 2 and 3 of the D line.
Now, here's the thing, chat. Like, I'm not upset about investing in this kind of infrastructure. I think you all know that I am very much on board with this kind of shit. But does every freaking city in America need to host Olympics in order to get this kind of investment? I mean, what's the deal, right? There's plenty of other cities that don't even have public transit, right? Or have very, very bad public transit, right? Meanwhile, LA gets $1 billion just because they're hosting the Olympics. And that's my question for whomever decided that one is, does every other city in America need to host the Olympics in order to get an investment in their sort of public transit infrastructure? If so, we're fucked. Because it feels like a PR thing, right? To make it look like America is, on the ball with this shit, when really we're falling behind on public transit every single day, it feels like. So little is being done about it when it's really should be like at the top of our list to cut down on like carbon emissions and improve efficiency in cities, among other things. And yeah, it's really depressing. By the way, you get a free Cisco just because. Just because I didn't wait for the vote. And then 2 people said Cisco, and I'm like, oh, now I've usurped chat, and that's just wrong. That's wrong. That's going against democracy. I won't have it. I've already given you Jessica Fletcher, and I'm not going to go back on that. So the only way to fix it is to just give you a free Cisco. So you're welcome. What's next? Okay, this is just a quick piece from BBC News. Tesla whistleblower says she wants an Elon Musk apology before she dies. This is from 7 hours ago. Whoops, where's Cisco?
Well, to Tesla now, and a whistleblower who's battled Elon Musk and the car maker through the courts for a decade has been speaking to the BBC. Christina Ballin says she's still seeking a public apology for how she was treated after raising safety concerns about Tesla vehicles. Until 2014, Ms. Ballin was a rising star at the car maker in the US. She spoke to our technology editor, Zoe Kleinman.
I was the only women in the team, like engineering team, and in the beginning it was great.
In the early days, Christina Ballin was doing so well at Tesla, her initials were engraved on the car's batteries. But
You
she
hear
says
that,
it
chat?
wasn't long before
That
things took a
woman's
turn for the
woman
worse.
who was just speaking. Her name was her initials were engraved on all Tesla batteries. Talk about being like a company woman or whatever you want to call it. Like, she was literally integral.
Everything went south when I realized that they were hiding some critical safety issues.
She claims they pretended that they didn't know. And you decided to go right to the top. You went to Elon Musk himself.
I tried to.
And what exactly was the safety concern?
They realized that they make a design and engineering mistake on the carpets. You know that the carpets that you have under the paddles and in the front of the car. So what happened? It's those carpets, they were curling under the brake and under the acceleration.
Christina further claims that she'd heard there were complaints made about this issue, so believes Tesla was aware of it. She claims that when she shared her worries, Tesla's management turned hostile. She lost her job, sued the firm and won. But then Tesla did something unexpected.
They dared to accuse me of serious crimes, like embezzlement. They just purely invented those with one scope in mind, to give a lesson to everybody who dare to speak up.
Tesla said in a public statement that Christina had used company resources for a secret project. She denies this, and the firm has never provided proof.
No
What
kidding.
do you want to get out of this now? This long-running battle with this company?
I want to clear my name. I wish Elon Musk had the decency to apologize. I am battling the most aggressive type of breast cancer. And Elon Musk and their lawyers knows that. And they were willing to allow a little boy who I'm his hero for him. You know, I'm the mommy who does airplanes and cars, to let my memory of me for him be shadowed forever, that his mom stole from Tesla. And I want to do something for all the cancer patients out there, and especially breast cancer patients.
Oh, you're setting me off.
Oh,
Goodness.
Jesus.
BBC News put her claims to Tesla, but the firm has responded. On it.
No kidding.
It's science.
Okay. Well, I hope she gets that apology. I'm doubtful, but I hope. Isn't it halftime right now, Disco? It's not like I've been watching the game while also doing this. There's no way I'm doing that. That'd be ridiculous. Okay, this is from 5 hours ago. From ABC News. Justice Department to file antitrust suit against Live Nation. If you're unfamiliar, Live Nation is like a music venue and like ticketing. They do a bunch of stuff. I think they're partnered with Ticketmaster.
Well, the Wall Street Journal is reporting now that the Department of Justice is getting ready to sue Live Nation, the country's largest concert promoter and ticketing website. The DOJ reportedly planning to file in the coming weeks, accusing the company of breaking America's antitrust laws. You might remember the November 2022 fan presale fiasco involving Taylor Swift's Eras Tour, and that's when the DOJ actually started digging into Live Nation's size and power in ticketing and concert promotion, and also venues. Our business correspondent, Alexis Christoforous, has also been following the story and doing digging of her own. So, Alexis, tell us more about the DOJ and how did Live Nation break these antitrust laws exactly?
Well, there's still a lot we don't know yet because the lawsuit hasn't been filed and the complaint has not been made public here. But what we do know is the DOJ started really taking a good hard look at Live Nation, the parent company of Ticketmaster, about 2 years ago when it had that meltdown regarding the Taylor Swift Eras Tour tickets, when thousands of fans said they were shut out, couldn't get access to those tickets. And so that's what led to an investigation. Last year, we saw some executives from Live Nation go before lawmakers on the Hill to defend the company. They've been saying for years now, ever since Live Nation merged with Ticketmaster back in 2010, there have been critics who say this company is too large and has too much of a hold on ticket prices, ticket availability at these different venues.
All right, so how will the possible antitrust lawsuit impact, all the fans out there hoping to buy tickets from Live Nation?
Well, I think fans are going to have to wait a while to see how all of this plays out. We haven't even gotten the complaint yet. But what's interesting here is, what is the end game for the government? Certainly critics, competitors like SeatGeek, another ticketing company, have said that Live Nation has a stronghold on the venues, although Live Nation says it does not, and that it doesn't control ticket prices or the amount of tickets available at a venue. SeatGeek,
is it fixed? Did I fix it?
CEO went before lawmakers last year and actually said, yes, in fact, there are venues out there who fear, that's his word, fear not being able to do business with Live Nation if they don't take on Ticketmaster and all of its rules. So some are saying or are calling for Live Nation to be broken up, saying that it has it's a monopoly and that it hurts antitrust laws here, and they've broken antitrust laws here in this country. So I think the end game for the government would be to see a much smaller company, not only with transparent.
Okay, I fixed it. For fuck's sake. The cowbells are bugging you? I'm sorry to hear that. All right. Moving along. Just thought it was important to be looking at antitrust related stuff, as it's the kind of thing that our Justice Department should be dealing with, and has been lacking in doing so for many years. This is from 9 hours ago from CBS News. American Airlines pilots union flags significant spike in safety issues. Not shocking.
And the pilots union at American Airlines reports a significant spike in safety and maintenance-related problems at the carrier, telling pilots to be vigilant. The union's concerns are spelled out in a memo obtained by CBS News. They include tools left in wheels, more aircraft collisions while they are being towed, and more items left in the safety area near jet bridges. American Airlines has responded to the warning, saying, quote, "Our robust safety program is guided by our industry-leading safety management system. It includes a multitude of collaborative programs and regular touch points with the FAA and all of our unions to further bolster our strong safety record." CBS News senior travel advisor Peter Greenberg is following this, joining us now. So I just kind of like rambled off what sounded like a real legalese kind of a response from the airline. But help us understand what's going on here. And, you know, as passengers, should we be concerned?
Well, let's go back to a word that most people don't know. It's called MEL, M-E-L. It stands for Minimum Equipment List. And any aircraft type flying today has one of those. And what that means, in theory, is if there's any one item on that list that's not working, the plane can't fly. But over the years, the airlines and the FAA have been allowed to modify that list and do things otherwise known as deferred maintenance items. What the pilots are concerned about is not that the airline is doing anything illegal, but that on a lot of these items about minimum equipment list items that aren't working, they're allowed to defer it for 8, 9, or 10 days, and they're not really getting to that item until the 9th or 10th day. The reason for that? The airlines are being shortage of planes. That's the Boeing delivery service because of their assembly line being stopped. So there's a push on the airlines to do what? To push the metal, to get those planes in the air as often as they can, simply because they don't have enough of them. So what the pilot union is saying is, we need to readdress that. We need to go back and look at that MEL, that minimum equipment list, and those deferred maintenance items, and address it on more overnight maintenance and not defer it till the last possible day.
So United Airlines is currently undergoing an FAA audit, United is, after a series of concerning safety incidents. How do the problems outlined by the APA compare?
It's the same exact issue. Both airlines are in a crunch right now because they don't have enough planes. Boeing is not. Before any of this issue happened this year, Boeing is late on their deliveries last year. So it's about aircraft utilization. How often can you use a plane before you have to bring it back for maintenance? And what the pilots are asking for is a seat at the table with their risk assessment systems and also with their quality assurance programs. They're not saying the airline is doing anything illegal or unsafe. They're just questioning deferring maintenance and deferring maintenance issues until the last possible minute. It doesn't seem like a good recipe.
So,
No,
you know,
it doesn't.
between the Boeing coverage and, you know, covering this, it sure feels like there are a lot of issues happening with the airline industry related to safety. So my question to you is it just that it feels like it, or is there really an uptick in safety problems?
Both. It feels like it, and there is. The good.
For fuck's sake. And you know what? They did make me remember by watching this piece that these companies like Delta and American Airlines and all these other people, they happen to own the planes that go up in the sky. So part of this might be on them and not just Boeing's lack of interest in safety, compliance, and other sorts of things. Not to somehow diminish what they've done, but to, in fact, just broaden the list of people who are clearly being negligent in shooting people up into the fucking sky at hundreds of miles an hour in tin boxes. Okay, not enough safety meetings. Not enough safety precautions or enough, like, concern for the customers, for the people that are going in to the planes. I feel like that's like the number one thing to worry about. Okay, this is interesting. And I also find it very funny. This is from CNN from a day ago. Forbes editor predicts that Trump stock prices could fall another 90%.
Tonight, Truth Social tanking. Donald Trump shares today plunging more than 18%. The latest plunge coming amid news that the social media company is putting another 21.5 million shares up for sale. Company's bleeding money, so they want to issue more shares to raise the money. But of course, when you issue new shares, that means the already existing shares get diluted. They lose.
I'm just going to point this out to you, if it's not apparent to you. But usually, directly after an IPO, within the same month, people aren't issuing more shares. It's usually just one, and then maybe years later, or like a year later, but not like weeks later, and being like, we need even more money than that.
And the share price has already fallen by half. Trump himself has actually lost almost $3 billion since Truth Social went public less than 3 weeks ago, all on paper. Out front now, Dan Alexander, the senior editor at Forbes. So Dan, flooding the market with new shares, what is the bottom line for small investors who bought into Trump's company because they believe in him?
Well, the bottom line is that they are going to get diluted, and this makes it more likely that they are going to lose money. The problem here is that this SPAC was set up and the deal was set up in a way that allowed a lot of Wall Street insiders and Trump and the other people involved with his company to get in at very, very discounted rates. Meanwhile, all the retail shareholders were putting up huge sums to buy in. And the ultimate effect is that they put in the cash and the other people walk away with the shares.
I mean, it was unbelievable, as you point out, right? Trump and the insiders have got the shares for, rock bottom, right? Then it goes public, and the people who buy at those prices get hurt the most. I mean, anyone who bought Trump Media shares when it peaked, and I guess, Dan, that was what, $66 per share. So they've now lost half their money.
Okay.
And just to be
the hilarious thing about this graph is at the beginning here, right? This is where it IPO'd, March 26th. It's been literally 2 weeks. Sorry, whoops. And in that time, this is the only time it's been available to the public, right? Before it was locked up, it was in, what do you call it? Like, it was private, so only Trump and his closest people and investors were in, right? And then all of his fans who weren't, super rich, they came in, they bought it all the way up to $67, and then blam. Now it's at $26. It is nuts how much money has been lost here.
clear, people who got in and bought at that price were not inside, sophisticated Wall Street insiders, right? These were small-time investors who support Donald Trump, wanted to support his company. There was a person who put a large chunk of his life savings in this company. He told the Washington Post, Dan, I know good and well it's in Trump's hands, and he's got plans. I have no doubt it's going to explode sometime. I mean, that's actually makes me really sad.
It makes me kind of sad too, actually. It's just, oh God, poor people, poor rubes have been tricked into some real unfortunate situations here. It's a free fall. Yeah, that's right, Sticks Dragon. It is a free fall. Pitchforks wants to see blood. Okay, Pitchforks. I see. I hear you. I hear you, and I see you. Okay, what's next? Okay, this is from Reuters. This is another very upsetting piece. There's a bunch of very frustrating pieces we have today, chat, and we haven't even left America. Here is a piece from Reuters from 15 hours ago, where the United States gives South Korean company Samsung $6.4 billion to up Texas chip output.
The US is giving Samsung $6.4 billion to boost chip production in Texas. An announcement of the deal came Monday from the Department of Commerce. The funds will support development of several facilities in the state. That's intended to boost the supply of chips for the aerospace, defense, and auto industries. Samsung says it will also help meet demand for future products, including artificial intelligence. As part of the deal, the South Korean giant will invest some $45 billion in Texas through the end of the decade. It all marks the third largest agreement under the terms of the CHIPS and Science Act. Rival chip makers TSMC and Intel have already received support. Washington hopes the moves will reduce US reliance on semiconductor imports from China and Taiwan. Lawmakers have been concerned they could be vulnerable amid rising tensions with Beijing. The Biden administration also wants to see America once again play a major role in production.
So, my main issue with all of that, right, is we're just giving them billions of dollars just for the growth, right? We're not in any way going to be benefiting from it. The American government, the U.S., the people aren't going to suddenly own a large chunk of Samsung. No. That won't be happening. Ah, boy. Socialism for the rich. Capitalism for the poor. As usual. Samsung has its own money. It's so true, Sticks Sharon. You couldn't be more correct about that. And yet somehow, now they have even more of our money. We already buy plenty of Samsung products. You know? Ah, God, it's so annoying. So annoying. Yes, poor little Samsung. Just one of the biggest companies in the entire world. Okay. Moving on to some political stuff in America here, and by some I mean a fair bit. This first one here is, well, it's not really political as much as it is whatever. Let's just watch this one from Denver 7. Wait, this is actually older than I thought. You know what? Let's skip this one. Actually, no, we're not going to skip this. This is from 5 months ago. Coloradans report dramatic spikes in home insurance premiums heading into 2024.
All right, if you can afford a home in Colorado, the next question is, can you afford home insurance?
Homeowners are contacting Denver 7 about skyrocketing premiums, and we're talking in some cases nearly 70% increases compared to last year.
Our consumer investigator, Jacqueline Allen, is digging into that spike and what you can do about it.
I moved to Arvada 5 years ago after my husband passed away.
Moving to this quiet Arvada neighborhood,
I love the area, have a lot of family in the area.
Was supposed to give Ginny Meyer a well-deserved break.
I am retired. I retired this year.
When her homeowner's insurance bill arrived last month, though,
this is actually the renewal bill.
She thought it was a mistake, up from $2,800 last year to nearly $4,800.
I got my little calculator out and calculated, and it's like 68.87%. And I was just in shock.
So she started shopping around, getting 4 other estimates, all more expensive.
So this was not an isolated insurance company?
No, it looks like it was everybody. They all were right in that same range.
What's happening to Jenny is happening to homeowners across the state. This March 2023 study for the State Division of Insurance found between January 2019 and October 2022, the average homeowner premium here is up nearly 52%.
Oh, that's a lot. And that's really all we need to see out of this one. But we have talked about this before, right? It's happening all across the United States. Now, part of this is related directly to all of the cancellations of homeowners insurance policies across the nation, right? Because all of these insurance companies, they're doing calculations, right, on how much they expect to pay out over a certain year versus how much they're taking in premiums on a yearly basis, right? And when they cancel policies because they're scared of those policies being forced to pay out, then the rest of the people, the rest of the pool of insurance holders are suddenly burdened with that extra cost. So it's sort of this cyclical situation causing a great deal of problems here for homeowners and even potential homeowners. Because now anybody who even wants to consider getting a house, you have to think about what the insurance situation is going to be. Am I going to even be able to get this property insured? You know, for the very few younger people looking for new homes or just to purchase a home for the first time. You know, this is all going to play into these sorts of things, and it's bad. It's bad. Okay, moving on. Okay, just to kind of lighten the mood for just a moment, let's just watch this piece from 2 days ago from the Good Liars, asking for one piece of evidence from a Trump supporter at a rally.
He won. There's not. We have had the evidence. All the documentation shows he won.
But what's the evidence?
There's a lot.
Like what?
Well, there's a lot.
Which
one thing?
Ashley
So much. I
Babbitt
can't.
shirt.
Everything I have. Too much shows, sir. There's a lot of evidence. All the documentation shows you guys that election was stolen.
But what one thing?
There was a lot of elections stolen. Okay, bottom line.
But you say one piece of evidence.
Like I said, if you have any other questions, you can ask them. I got no more. Okay. So you take that mic, and go shining where there's shirt.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. This guy is... Oh, wow. Take that mic and everywhere dirt shine.
Well, today the Supreme Court is being asked to decide whether...
Oh, for fuck's sake. I do love how he just literally had nothing. It's plenty of election stealing. Okay, well, it would be nice if you had literally one example of an election or a part of it being stolen. He's like, there's plenty of them. Just don't know any of the specifics. Okay, I'm going to skip this one. Let's go directly to this one. From 7 hours ago, from CBS News, Supreme Court hears obstruction law arguments that could impact Trump and January 6 rioters' cases. Whoops, I just went too far. Go back. There we go.
The Supreme Court is considering arguments that could impact hundreds of Capitol riot defendants. The Supreme Court is weighing the scope of a federal obstruction statute. It's a legal battle that could also impact the election interference case against Trump. Some defendants have been released from jail as the court considers the case. CBS News congressional correspondent Scott MacFarlane is covering this for us and is there at the Supreme Court, where Trump cannot be next week. Scott, lay out this case for us, please. What's the debate over the obstruction law that's being made this morning?
This is a huge inflection point for the largest criminal prosecution in U.S. history. The Supreme Court listened to about 90 minutes of arguments over whether one of the more common charges brought against the alleged rioters, obstruction of an official proceeding, is appropriate in this case, in the case of a mob attack on the U.S. Capitol. Some of the defendants have argued, at least one successfully enough to get it to the Supreme Court, that this is not an appropriate charge for this type of case, that the obstruction of an official proceeding charge was born out of the Enron financial scandal of 2002 and is more germane for finance cases and documents cases. But the U.S. Solicitor General, arguing on behalf of the government, says no, it is very much appropriate that the rioters did obstruct the electoral count on January 6th. In fact, they obstructed it and stopped it for several hours with a violent attack. What the justices rule here will have an impact on hundreds, about 350 of the January 6 defendants. This is also one of the charges Donald Trump faces and has pleaded not guilty to in his 2020 election conspiracy case. Huge stakes when they issue their ruling sometime between now and late June.
Yeah, does have huge implications. And considering how the Supreme, I almost called it the Trump court, considering how the Supreme Court has been, ruling on things, I have no real, confidence in them. Okay, moving on to other Trump cases. This is relating to the hush money trial. It has begun, and the jury selection has commenced. Let's watch this from 7 hours ago on CBS News.
Former President Donald Trump is back in court for day 2 of his criminal trial in New York City. Jury selection is likely to last at least a week. The former president faces 34 felony counts in connection to an alleged hush money payment used to cover up an alleged affair. He denies both. CBS News campaign reporter and attorney Katrina Kaufman is outside the courthouse in Manhattan. Katrina, yesterday you told us that when the judge asked potential jurors, can you be impartial, more than half of them got up and left. So how hard is it to find a jury in the case against former President Trump?
The excuse is that they're not Enron. Correct. That is the excuse.
Here in Manhattan.
There are a lot of challenges, and just today, actually, 2 of the jurors that were remaining yesterday decided that they no longer could be fair and impartial. Wow. They ended up excusing 7 jurors this morning, and 4 of them were because of impartiality issues. But there is still a Republican in the running who said that he's read 3 of Trump's books, which made Trump smile, and it looks like after lunch we'll be moving on to the phase of the questioning where each side actually gets to talk to the remaining jurors for 30 minutes and ask them questions and really try to get a better sense of who these jurors are and whether they can move forward with this trial. And just a huge challenge here is obviously everyone knows who Donald Trump is. People have thoughts and opinions about him, and the issue is that it's okay for them to have feelings about Donald Trump, but they have to be able to be open-minded about this trial and be able to apply the facts and the law.
Very quickly, Katrina, I'm curious, is Trump's team still trying to get the case out of Manhattan to move it outside of this county?
Did he ever stop?
Yes, that is ongoing. They filed something about that yesterday, so they do still want a change of venue.
And so prosecutors accuse the former president of violating his gag order, specifically when he called Michael Cohen and Stormy Daniel sleazebags, among other things that he's posted on Truth Social and said himself. So what happens if the judge finds that he did violate the gag order?
Yeah, well,
We're going to have a hearing on this
question.
next week, and the prosecution is asking that Trump is fined $1,000 per violation, so that would be $3,000 right now. And he also wants Trump reminded that he can be jailed for violating that gag order.
That's what we should do.
So he is, he has to be in court 4 days out of 5 a week.
Okay. So yeah, the hush money trial has begun in New York. Judges have refused his attempts to get the case moved to, I want to say D.C. I can't remember exactly who it was. Maybe it wasn't D.C. or who, where. Who, where, what, why, when. What's next? Oh, let's just quickly watch part of this video, also from CNN. Sorry for all the CNN videos in a row, but thankfully we'll get past them soon. But they have the most comprehensive coverage on the trial right now. So this one's from 8 hours ago. This is a woman speaking to CNN reporters about having been dismissed from the jury pool. Oh wait, I got ahead of myself. Actually, let's watch this. Sorry, this one is actually, this is regarding the same stuff. Like, we're gonna just watch a little piece of this one. Reporters talking about the inside of the trial.
Welcome back to CNN special coverage, the first day of Donald Trump's historic criminal trial in Manhattan. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Aaron Burnett is outside the courthouse in New York. This is a day without equal in American history. A former president of the United States now...
No hoping for DeMontis Sabonis to get hurt. Unacceptable.
Criminal defendant on trial. Right now, jury selection is underway. Hundreds and hundreds of Manhattan residents will eventually be whittled down to 18, namely 12 jurors and 6 alternate jurors. Aaron, over to you.
Yeah, Wolf, I mean, it is amazing because you're going to have hundreds of people going through to actually get to that final small number. And this is, while the center and the heart of all of it, only one item on the agenda for the judge today. Judge Merchan also heard arguments about key evidence in the case and set a date for a hearing to determine whether Trump has violated his gag order. That's set for a week from Wednesday. Phil Mattingly and Paula Reed are back with me. And Paula, okay, so what I'm fascinated by is what's going on, okay, in the room. And you are getting now a read of just, you know, sort of who's walking where, who's looking at what. What are you hearing?
This is fascinating because now, after several hours, this pool of 96 potential jurors, they are now in the room with former President Trump. And as you would expect, there is at least some recognition on the part of these potential jurors that they're in the room with the most famous man in the world. Now, our colleagues inside, because there are no cameras inside, report that when Trump was introduced as the defendant, he looked at the potential jurors and sort of smirked. Some of them are giggling, talking to one another. But the first question out of the gate from the judge after he introduced the case and the defendant is he said, quote, if you have an honest, legitimate, good faith reason to believe you cannot serve on this case or cannot be fair and impartial, please let me know. So this is going to be the first cut, if you will. Is there some reason that you cannot serve? Now, those can be logistical reasons or some limitation you have. It can also just be some reason you believe you can't be impartial. And the Trump team has asked them to separate out these two issues because they want to preserve this on appeal. They want to be able to be like, look how many people we lost just based on an inability to be impartial. So that's what's happening right now inside.
I mean...
Okay. Just trying to get us through this hush money trial here as best and fast as we can without missing anything important. We get to skip one. That's good. But yeah, let's watch this one that I kind of set you up for before. Woman dismissed from jury pool described moment she saw Trump in court.
We have one of the jurors who has now been dismissed. She arrived at jury duty just yesterday, was dismissed today. Her name is Kara McGee. I want to turn to her right now. Kara, thank you for joining us. Everyone is so eager to understand what it was like to even be called for jury duty today. When did you realize that this was the Trump trial?
So definitely not when I first got the jury letter. That was kind of the standard open your mailbox, like, oh, I have to take off work in 2 weeks. So when I texted my mom and said, oh, I got jury duty.
This fucking dude right here.
And she said, starting what day? And I said, April 15th, tax day. And she said, I think that's when the Trump trial starts. So I was wondering if I would be on that or on some other case at the same time, you know, in the building, because I assume there's a lot more going on. And then yesterday.
Somehow I did not notice this guy just sitting there revving his engine for this whole time. This is bugging the fuck out of me now. I have no idea why, but this is over. This is over for us. We're moving on. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. Oh, it was killing me. I think it's because I'm wearing different headphones. I switch headphones whenever I go to my computer. And things like that happen. Okay, moving on. Yeah, we're gonna skip this one, go straight to this next one. Second Republican threatens to oust Mike Johnson as Speaker from 6 hours ago.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is fighting to keep his job, the job he's had for less than 6 months. At least 2 House Republicans are threatening to oust him over his plans to handle Ukraine aid to Israel. This was his message just a short while ago.
I am not resigning, and it is, in my view, an absurd notion that someone would bring a vacate motion when we are simply here trying to do our jobs. It is not helpful to the cause. It is not helpful to the country. It does not help the House Republicans advance our agenda, which is in the best interest of the American people here.
CNN's Manu Raju is on Capitol Hill. You've been talking to lawmakers all morning. Obviously, Manu, this is about, in the short term, the politics for Mike Johnson, but we shouldn't lose sight, of course, of the fact that Ukraine and Ukraine's allies, both here and abroad, have been begging Mike Johnson to do something quickly so that they don't lose to Russia.
Yeah, this has been going on for months and months and months. And just about 2 months ago is when the Senate passed its own foreign aid package that Mike Johnson sidelined as he tried to come up with his own strategies. Christ. He tried to win over Republicans. And just yesterday, he announced.
Yeah. We get it. See, the fact is the Republicans caught the car, right? They're the dog that caught the car on abortion. And now they're just trying to focus on something else, right? They got rid of McCarthy. Then they put in Mike Johnson, right? They're like, oh, okay, Mike, you're going to do great, pal, backpack, you know? I can't even talk right now. But, you know, and then they caught the dog. The dog caught the car. And now they need something else to focus on. That's what I see this as. And honestly, the Republican infighting, I'm always going to support it. I think it's hilarious. I think they should get rid of him, you know? It's not like they're going to do anything else good in Congress. At least not the Republicans aren't going to try, so, you know? Why would you do an interview like that on the street? It's a great question. I was thinking it to myself. It's a weird choice. Okay, let's move on to this. This one's also funny to me. I find this hilarious. This is from ABC News from 6 hours ago. And I need to pull this up, actually. Did I send myself a picture of this? I think I did. Hold on. Please hold. There it is. Okay, great. Okay. So let's watch this next video from ABC News from 6 hours ago, where House managers have delivered a Mayorkas articles of impeachment to the Senate over the quote-unquote handling of the border. And now, just for some more context, I found this. This is from homeland.house.gov, why we impeached Alejandro Mayorkas. This is verbatim from them. Mayorkas breached the public trust, both by violating his statutory duty to control the border and by knowingly making false statements to Congress. Under oath, he claimed to have operational control of the border as defined by the Secure Vents Act, only to say later that he never made such a claim. Oh, God. Oh, this is tragic, chat. Oh, no. Somebody from Homeland Security is getting ousted? Oh, terrible. Not Homeland Security. Whatever will we do?
We're also following this historic impeachment proceedings that are taking place on Capitol Hill regarding Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. This is the moment where we are seeing the articles of impeachment, the ceremonial process of walking them over to the Senate chamber. House leaders carrying them from one end of the building to the other. Jay O'Brien, can you hear me okay?
Here, and I'm watching this procession as well with you.
Do you see what I mean, though? Does this not feel like a group of people trying to distract everybody from the fact that they managed to catch up to the car of abortion, went all the way back to 1800, and now a lot of people are kind of pissed off about that. And Arizona's technically a swing state. It hasn't really been in the last couple of elections, but in theory it is. And this is one of the, I think, the big issues in Arizona, and this sort of, and like, oh, we got to focus on the border, right? It's this sort of bullshit, like just nonsensical, just what do you call it? Like facade, right? Of, oh, we're gonna do something about this quote unquote border crisis real quick. It's like, oh, okay, and it's we're gonna blame Homeland Security, right? Okay, yeah, that does sound like Homeland Security's fault.
So
okay, great.
The view that I think we are looking at is from the House, or from the Senate side, towards the House, shooting through the rotunda. So the impeachment managers are well on their walk here. This is one of those kind of pomp and circumstance ceremonies where they take the articles that have already been passed by the House months ago over to the Senate. By the way, you see Marjorie Taylor Greene there, the blonde hair. She's one.
Got good old MTG in the middle of the pack, showing us all that she is the female alpha wolf / CrossFit fish flopping pull-up lady. Okay. Yeah. That's enough. That's enough of this bullshit. We all know it's just a distraction from the fact that they can't really do anything that's good for the American people. And so let's blame immigrants. What was the other thing they were doing? Oh yeah, blame the Department of Homeland Security. Does sound like their fault. And Mike Johnson. It's definitely his fault too. Gotta shake it up. Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta stop leaning into the Republican infighting. It's just so good. Because it's not as if like the Department of Homeland Security is some sort of like woke place. Let's be real. Let's be really, really real. Okay, moving on. Lawmakers scramble to pass aid for Israel and Ukraine. In the House. This is what they're talking about.
The attack by Iran has Congress scrambling to pass aid for Israel and possibly Ukraine. Our senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott is on Capitol Hill with the latest for us this morning. Good morning, Rachel.
Hey, Michael, good morning to you. And this is a risky move for House Speaker Mike Johnson. For months, he has avoided saying how he plans to address aid for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. Now, under growing pressure, he is unveiling his plan for the first time, but it is a complicated one. The Speaker of the House said that the House will not vote on the Senate's bipartisan foreign aid package that wrapped aid for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan all into one. Instead, Johnson plans to break that package up and bring 4 separate bills to the floor for a vote, one for each issue, and then a final bill that's really shaping up to be a Republican wish list with conservative policy wins. Johnson.
Now, the fact is like, aside from Republicans winning on policies and things like that, that shouldn't be happening. And I don't know why the House is allowing for it. Although, wait, is it? It's more even now. I can't remember the exact. I should look that up. What is the current? But the fact is having them all tied to one another, it shouldn't be a thing. But Sorry to break the news to you if you haven't heard it already, but these bills are going to be combined together. At least some number of them, particularly the Israel-Ukraine aid, are going to be combined into one bill when it reaches the Senate. So really, it's just for... I don't even understand it necessarily. I feel like it's being done so that some people can avoid being seen as supporting one another thing and still getting it all passed. That's my estimation of all this. Fuck it, moving on. I think we all know that they're always just going to continue to pass this stuff until we put some people in office who are more serious about ending the military-industrial complex and the bloated military budget that we have. What are we doing next? Okay, we're gonna hit up some environmental stuff here now. We got a whole bunch of that. Good God, the list today is insane. How far are we in right now? We're already an hour and a half in. I might have to take 2 breaks today, chat. I am sorry. I think I genuinely might need to take 2 breaks. Just looking at my list, you don't even want to look at this list, okay? It's nuts. We've already gone through like 20. We still have so many to do. Oh, God. Omnibus spending package. Is that what you're referencing? Do I have it in me to do all this now, or do I wait? Fucking hell. Just the standing here thinking about it's killing me. No, I'm gonna take a break and then we're gonna come right back. Oops, that's the wrong one. Alright, chat. Well, I hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. I'm just gonna take a momentary intermission here. Grab a drink from the bar, take a quick dip in the pool, and we will be right back. If you haven't already, hit that like button and do consider subscribing. They both help me out. Now, if you want to help me out even further and doing this, you have only one choice at this moment, which is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic producer. For just a few dollars a month, you can get all sorts of space benefits. And there's the link. Alright, chat, be right back. let's do it. We have a bunch of environmental stuff here to talk about. Starting with this piece from... Shit, I lost it. There it is. From Associated Press from a day ago. Why tornado sightings are creeping east.
Dude, hold up. I think this is a big tornado right here.
Tornadoes have long been a hallmark of the Great Plains states, but scientists have noted the destructive storms appear to be moving east.
What we've noticed over time is the precipitation line in the Great Plains shifting east a little bit. So the western Great Plains, western Kansas, western Nebraska, western Oklahoma, they're just running a little bit drier in those spots than maybe previous period of time. And so your precipitation has shifted east a little bit. Well, we've also seen a higher frequency of tornadoes.
A changing climate is also leading to warmer and wetter nights, which raise the odds for nocturnal tornadoes. Though tornadoes can and do occur year-round, late April to the middle of May is when the strongest storms that cause fatalities usually appear.
If you're in an area where severe weather is something you've experienced before, it can and it will happen again. And so we want you to, this time of the year, start thinking about what do I need to be doing to make sure myself, my family is protected ahead of severe weather.
If
Definitely not good. We don't need there to be more tornadoes all over the place. Tornadoes are incredibly devastating. There's a bunch of large city centers outside of the supposed tornado alley, I guess is what I think it's called colloquially. Alright, moving on to other environmental news. This is from Al Jazeera English from a day ago. Jellyfish invasion disrupts Venezuela's fishing and tourism.
Local fishermen are calling it a plague. Millions of cannonball jellyfish choking waters across Venezuela's coastline.
You used to see a little one every now and then. Now it's like there are flowers in the sea. Now it's too much, too much, too much.
The swarm seemed to appear out of nowhere. It's thousands of miles from where this species is normally found in the Atlantic, Pacific, and Gulf coasts. The invasive jellyfish is filling fishing nets and crowding out other species. And it's having a severe impact on the fishing and tourism that locals depend on.
When you dive in the water to look for fish, you brush against a lot of jellyfish with your head, your body. You get stung a lot. We can't look for fish right now.
Is that a jellyfish emote? Where'd you find that?
We're completely stuck.
Weekly hauls have dropped to less than a fifth of what they once were. Local organizers say it's the industry's biggest decline in recent years. Venezuela's Environment Ministry says warming waters caused by climate change, pollution, and overfishing may be to blame. Scientists in the capital are trying to pinpoint the exact cause of the invasion.
This is an atypical event that's occurring. It's a complete anomaly. In previous years, only a few have been observed. However, the increase in the population this year has completely exceeded previous estimates.
Jellyfish populations around the world have soared in recent years. They thrive in harsh conditions and need very little oxygen. And researchers are warning of a looming tipping point where jellyfish could overwhelm other species and dominate the world's oceans.
Holy fuck. That is a lot. That must be like hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of jellyfish? Holy. Wow. Yeah, you can see what they mean about them potentially taking over ecosystems from other marine life. That could be problematic. Not even sure what we do about that one. And it sounds like they're just thriving because of the fact that ocean temperatures are harsher, they have lower oxygen content, and they don't have a problem with that. Christ. Alright, moving on. This one's from Russia. Everything is lost, quote unquote. Russians mourn flooded homes. It's from a day ago. We've been looking at this flood, but over 150,000 people, I believe, have now been evacuated from this region in Russia. In the southern Russian city of Orenburg, the river Ural has burst its bank after heavy rain and melting ice. Damn, that's high. Swelled rivers across the region and in neighboring Kazakhstan. Tightly clutching her ginger cat, Oksana Altenchurina sets in an unforgettable
Плюс отсутствует детей, как
documents
говорится,
and
паспорта,
passports.
свидетельство о рождении, все
Plus
счета за
for
квартиру
children,
только
all
были
bills for the
оплачены.
apartment.
Все, вот это
all
только,
we managed
больше
to save.
ничего, из мебели ничего не спаслось. Мебель, вещи, все это потеряно.
Nearly 4,000 homes and blocks of flats have been flooded.
Выше крыши подъезда
We had
все
to climb through a
затопленные.
window.
Пришлось через окошко. Первый
The
этаж
furniture,
полностью
refrigerator,
затоплен.
washing machine, everything is
Мебель
flooded.
вся плавает, холодильник плавает, все плавает, стиральная машинка плавает. Один вот утонул там, а
One
второй
cat drowned,
спасли.
but the other one escaped. Jesus. Even the cats. Okay, what's next? Oh, more floods. These ones I wasn't even aware of. And, or, did we talk about these? Maybe we did talk about this really, really quickly at one point. But I had no idea to what degree this had occurred until now. 2 weeks of floods in Tanzania leaves 58 people dead. This is from the Associated Press from 8 hours ago. So as you can see, I mean, the flooding here is just total. And if you're not aware, Tanzania is in southern Africa. It's basically, if I'm not mistaken, it's like on the coast of Africa that's facing Madagascar. What are we saying? Oh, we're still talking about the Kings game. The Kings Warriors game. Okay. This is unfortunate, but recently this was confirmed. The fourth coral bleaching event ever recorded has been, well, it's been recorded now. This is according to scientists from the BBC News. a day ago.
Future of the ocean's coral reefs is more perilous than ever. That's according to the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. In the last few minutes, it's announced what it calls the fourth mass coral bleaching event is already underway. Well, this is what's at risk. Mile after mile of coral reef slowly turning white or even dying out altogether. By some estimates, around 50% of coral has been lost in the last 20 years. Well, let's get more on this development. Let's speak to our science reporter, Georgina Renard, who's in the newsroom for us. And Georgina, welcome here to the programme. This seems quite a disturbing new report. Bring us right up to date.
Yes, that's right. So what these US officials are saying is that we're now in the fourth global mass coral bleaching event. The first one was in 1998, and we've had two since then, and now we're in the fourth one. Now, what this means is coral is this very sensitive animal. It lives often in shallow waters, but when the water it's living in gets too hot, it gets stressed. It expels an algae that lives inside it, and then it can turn white, and often it can die. This is interesting also because we've been seeing for months these broken climate records, ocean heat driving up and really seeing unprecedented levels of warming in the oceans that's partly driven by climate change or mostly driven by climate change and also by El Nino, this natural climate fluctuation that started last year. We've been reporting on those broken records for months, but this is now the first really solid global evidence of just what that heat is doing to the oceans and to this really fragile, sensitive ecosystem. And these reefs, coral build these vast cities underwater. They're sometimes called the sea's architects. And inside those reefs live a quarter of all marine life. So this isn't just about these amazing animals, it's also about the rest of us, our fishing.
And just for perspective for all of us, because sometimes I think it's very easy to forget what that sort of a figure means. But when she says a quarter of all marine life lives in the coral, that means that a huge chunk of the ocean's food chain, if you will, lives in the coral, requires the coral to survive. And if they disappear, if the coral disappears, they disappear. And then other species disappear very quickly because they don't have anything to eat. And we got a real problem on our hands. Now, we've talked about some things people are doing to try and stop this from happening. I think one of the most obvious ones is to stop shooting hydrocarbons into the atmosphere at an unprecedented rate in Earth's history. But there are some other things being done. However, there's no way that the things that are being done scientifically, like, breeding coral to withstand temperatures, there's no way they're going to keep up with what's happening if we don't very quickly stop what we're doing. In regards to hydrocarbons, Mona, up those three emojis in succession are making me sad. I'm just going to move forward. Good God. Go Web Go.
So the income, the trillions of dollars that coral reefs generate around the world.
And Georgina, we're seeing coral reefs in all their glory with all their colours, but once the bleaching starts, is there any way that it can be stopped or reversed?
That's one of the strange things. The pictures actually look quite beautiful, but scientists say up close when they dive in the water, the coral is decaying and they can see it sort of coming apart. Unfortunately, this is, once the coral starts to bleach, it's very difficult to turn back. If it's given enough time, it can recover, but it needs 1 to even 5 years to get better, and in that time it's quite susceptible to disease. If there's enough time between these heat episodes, it can get better.
What's happening?
But at this rate, that seems unlikely. There are some local solutions, so some coral reefs have had some successful restoration. They have managed.
Oh, this shit is so frustrating. Do you know how much of the world relies on the oceans? Because I honestly don't, but I know it's a huge figure. I'm about to look it up. Because I know it's like, I want to say it's like 30%, 40%. Okay, I found it. 17% of the world's per capita consumption of animal protein comes from the ocean, but that was according to, looks like 2012? So those figures are out of date. I don't know what they are exactly. But that's a lot. That's like what? 17%. It's like 1.5 billion people or something rely on the oceans. Is that right? A little less, I think. Anyway, let's move on here. Well, actually, not fully move on, because there's another story from 6 hours ago from Reuters regarding the same thing. And you know what? We haven't even finished this story, so let's just finish this one. We're going to watch both of these in entirety just because of how fucking important this is.
Create some coral that is resistant to these higher temperatures. But all the scientists I've spoken to prepare for this story, they said that it's really a case of adapting to a future with a different type of coral and much less of it, rather than really being able to save all of the coral reefs across the world's oceans.
Now, in previous bleaching events, how much of the world's coral reefs were actually lost?
So it's very difficult to tell exactly how much coral mortality there's been. That would require scientists to go onto every single piece of coral reef in the world. In the last episode, which was 2014 to 2016, more than half of the world's corals were in waters that were too hot. And in some areas we saw 25%, 30%, up to 50% mortality. This episode, these US...
So, if I heard her correctly, 50% of the world's corals are in danger from being in water. It's too hot. Then another 50% of those are in danger of dying. So 25% of the world's corals are in danger. And therefore, what's the math on that? 6% of the world's food supply is in danger?
Officials have just declared it's still ongoing, and they're saying they do expect that bleaching to surpass it. And just one of the things to think about is that coral provide this amazing home. Some of the sounds that they make, that amazing creaking and almost singing, it's vital to the fish that live in the waters. And when the fish actually use that creaking to find their way home, and when the coral dies, the fish lose that sound that's...
And the fact is we we don't need any help with people having problems getting food right now, right? There's literally like 2 or 3 like humanitarian famines going on. Gaza, Sudan, and Haiti kinda as well. Right? I'm trying to think, is there a 4th? For fuck's sake. The fact is we have the food, but then shit like this happens. And the math starts fucking changing, and it's not good. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I just want us to not be fucked, please. Thank you. Okay, moving on. This is from 22 hours ago from Associated Press. Bodies of a 3-year-old girl and her mother have been recovered after Indonesian landslides killed 20. Oh wait, I skipped ahead. I forgot. We're watching this video first. That's my bad. I've done this twice today. Twice per stream.
Coral reefs around the world are turning a ghostly white amid record warm ocean temperatures. The US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recently announced grim news.
NOAA is declaring that the world is indeed, in fact, experiencing its 4th global coral bleaching event. Significant severe coral bleaching has been reported in at least 54 countries and territories since February 2023.
Mass coral bleaching events have serious consequences for marine life and for the people and economies that rely on reefs. Let's take a closer look at how global warming affects coral reefs and what the future might hold for these fragile underwater ecosystems. Coral reefs cover just less than 1% of the ocean floor, but they have outsized benefits for marine ecosystems and economies.
Yeah, if it's not clear, I'm very pro-kelp. I don't know why anybody would think we're anti-kelp here.
A quarter of marine life depends on reefs for shelter and food. Every year, coral reefs provide about $2.7 trillion in goods and services, from tourism to coastal protection. That's according to a 2020 estimate by the Global Coral Reef Monitoring Network. About $36 billion is generated by snorkeling and scuba diving tourists alone. Corals have faced harsher high temperatures in 2024 than ever before, according to scientists. And when water temperatures rise, corals get stressed. They cope by expelling the colorful algae living in their tissues, causing them to turn bone white. However, not all bleached corals die, as ecologist David Obura explained.
So bleaching is like a fever in humans. We get a fever to resist a disease, and if the disease is not too much, we recover. But if it is too much, we die as a result.
Scientists say the best chance for coral survival is for the world to cut greenhouse gas emissions to limit climate change. But at just 1.2 degrees Celsius of warming above pre-industrial level, some scientists think the world has already passed a key threshold for coral reef survival. They expect between 70% and 90% of the world's coral reefs will be lost. Scientists and conservationists are scrambling to intervene.
Look, don't let your warriors' loss and your pessimism from this loss transfer over to the rest of the world. Okay, Pitchforks, that's my advice to you. Okay, pal, we can do it. No, of course we don't have to isolate coral as an issue. It's just one of the many issues we need to deal with. And like they said, one of the main ways to just fight this is to just stop releasing hydrocarbons into the atmosphere at the current rate that we're doing. So really, I think that should be our main focus. There's already people working on the science, trying to bioengineer coral to be more resistant to different sorts of things, whether it be heat or acidity and others. Anyway, let's watch this one I was just talking about with the landslide in Indonesia. Palangka village, Tanah Toraja, Indonesia. I think I butchered that. This is that is fucking massive. It's like an entire cliffside just gone. I'm shocked it was only 20 people. Yeah. Okay, we don't need to see that part of it. All right, what else we got? Okay, let's move on to this one here. I'm gonna skip this one. Should we? No, we're not gonna skip this. Let's go to this one. I don't know why I would skip this, especially considering everything. Zimbabwe, elephant tracking, keeping elephants in protected areas.
This is one of 8 elephants at Hwange National Park that's being fitted with a tracking collar. The animal is identified using drones and by rangers on foot patrols. It's then darted to sedate it and the collar installed.
With these collars, there is real-time monitoring, and we can actually produce the maps with the actual locations where the elephants are, what also is attracting elephants even outside the park.
Almost half of Zimbabwe's 100,000 elephant population live in this reserve, but they've outgrown their habitat and are now encroaching into communities as the
We've talked about clathrates on this channel before. The ones in Siberia, relating to Russia and their attempt at extracting the gas from those and then having them explode. I think it was like a month ago.
Water. Gideon Dube was trampled by elephants while herding cattle at Mabale village 3 years ago. His knee was broken.
It is painful. I'm no longer able to work for my family. I can't go to the field and look after my cattle. My wife has to do most of the chores.
Before the trackers were installed, there were no early warnings to alert villagers when elephants had left the protected area.
We have been able to use literally the ability to track elephants as an electronic fence, where the moment they get out of the designated park area, we are able to pick that from tracking the collars and then deploy rapid response units to go and scare them back into the park. And also,
I know, you've mentioned it like 300 times in chat. And, you know, I see that you're persistent about it, but we have talked about this before. And it's no guarantee that it's going to be the end of everything. And it all depends on how we live our lives in the present. And how our governments deal with this. Okay.
send early warning systems to the communities to avoid certain areas where the elephants go.
Last year, elephants killed 63 people in Zimbabwe.
I gotta say, seeing an elephant with a collar on it, it's just, something about it is just incredibly cute. It like reminds me of just like a giant dog. You know what I mean? Like just... okay, what am I doing? Next. Let's watch this. This is the first part in a... I'm not sure how many part series that Al Jazeera has just begun releasing. This one's from 6 days ago. Lost Futures. How greed is destroying our planet. Boop.
What are you gonna do about all this land disappearing?
Oh, Lord. It's gonna be a big change.
In 50 years, home will be underwater. Yeah, all these coastal areas are gonna be flooded over. I've lived here my whole life. Over here in southeast Louisiana, we face many coastal problems because of the constantly eroding land. There's not gonna be land. We'll have levees, which are basically land masses that are formed in like a wall to keep high sea levels out. But some people still live outside the lock systems. They're starting to leave their land that they've been on for hundreds of years. Literally, it's ancient land. Whenever land goes, everything goes with it.
We turn now to the dangerous new storm threats across the South. Tornado
that
watches
human
in effect right
activities
now
are responsible for climate change.
Limited access to some water.
We'll see a lot more fires. The era of global warming has ended. The era of global boiling has arrived.
The rate of temperature increase is without precedent. We're facing a future that we don't understand, we can't predict fully.
A lot of places are simply not going to be comfortable to live in. All human settlements have to face this problem. They grew up in a climate which is going to be much different from the climate we're going to get in the future. You can see the intense rainstorms. You can see the incredible heat waves where people are dying.
Large populations will have to move all over the world because of sea level rise. We're going to see more Category 4 and 5 hurricanes, or maybe even categories we've never experienced before.
We're about to get a brand new climate.
Climate change means that we have to live differently now, immediately. 10 years ago, 20 years ago. We're very late getting started.
Where are we gonna live?
Had to move somewhere else, a little bit higher elevation.
Sad.
I know.
Okay, there's more to this. But we can't watch the whole fucking documentary. It's like 30 minutes long. So let's get us over here, I'd say. Excuse me.
I thought I was gonna die, but the next day everything looked destroyed. We had seen an RV flipped over, and after we went to go check see if anybody was inside, it was one of my neighbors. It was an old man. He had passed away. We didn't have no cell service, so we just had to wrap up the body and try to keep it as preserved as possible until we could contact authorities and after they could contact the family. It makes me feel kind of sad, but it's kind of like lost history.
Everything was in balance, or relatively so, until we started burning so much fossil fuels.
When you burn fossil fuels, it releases carbon dioxide molecules which stay in the atmosphere for a very long time, and they reflect that outgoing radiation back down to Earth. There's more energy coming into the planet than is going out of the planet into space, and so the planet has no choice but to heat up. The more fossil fuels we burn, the hotter the planet will get. That's it.
Places that are now hot and dry are going to wind up being hotter and drier. Places that now occasionally get heavy rainstorms, those storms are likely to be even heavier. If we don't get a hold of it now, get the problem under control, we'll just have hell to pay later.
I began my work in the environmental community. And the first big issue I took on was air pollution. But while I was investigating it, I ran across the climate change problem in the literature, in an EPA report on the environmental impacts of coal. And I was so astonished that we as human beings would be warming up the planet. And it turned out nobody was working on it. Nobody's trying to make it a public issue. This frame is really of some significance because this was given to me with a nice inscription by Senator Tim Wirth of Colorado from July 28, 1988. The purpose of this bill was to establish a national energy policy to reduce global warming. This was a leading edge.
The long-term concerns of the planet. They're really in the short-term profits. We never published anything about what we found.
So Mobil is going to have a two-sided attitude toward climate. If you feel uncomfortable about Mobil's position, let us know.
They were not only funding and saying it wasn't a problem, they were publishing reports saying this is not an urgent problem.
Don't drive a big car, they say. But big cars are safer.
Is there a global warming problem? Thousands of scientists say no.
To this day, we suffer from that propaganda. It's something
science.
that many people still believe in. The science is critical to understand it, but the politics of it are essential to solving the problem. But the politicians become dependent on
Did you
all
just see
these
the
interests
license plate on that
companies
shit?
for money to run their elections.
Hold on, chat. Did you see that? Am I the only one who saw that? Hold on. We're going back. Stop that. What are you doing? Ah, look at it. Look at it. Look at the license plate. Raptor.
The problem. But the politicians become dependent on all these interests and companies for money to run their elections.
They really stopped us from taking action.
Keeping America competitive requires affordable energy.
How do you get a country that's an oil country to negotiate not selling more oil?
America is addicted to oil.
The economy of the Louisiana oil industry is a very, very precious one. Almost everybody worked for the oil industry, and if anything would have happened to it, there would be so many people going without jobs. If you live in Louisiana, young people like me have opportunities to sign on early to go into the military, mostly oil. My plan for the future is to work for the oil industry. I feel bad, but it's nothing really much.
Oh, good God. That kid can't be more than like 20. We need to get kids like that not working for the oil industry. I don't know what we do about that, but something must be done.
We just had an IPCC report come out, so we're really lucky to have a scientist here to talk to us and talk about some of the impacts. So please give a warm welcome to Dr. Rose Abramoff.
So I'm an activist, but I'm also a scientist. I was fired earlier this year for holding up a banner at an earth science conference. The banner said, "Out of the lab and into the streets." And we held that banner for about 30 seconds, and for that I was fired. Thank you. I'm telling you this story, though, to explain why more of us scientists aren't out here in the streets with you. It's because we are, by and large, compelled by our institutions to remain neutral, even in the face of environmental devastation. And for over 40 years, most of us have complied. So on behalf of the scientific community, I apologize for our cowardice.
Okay. That's our last climate video for today. Well done, chat. You got through it. And hopefully you are thinking about things. So I'm going to give you this little clap. Pat yourself on the back. And do consider the implications, please. And think about what we can do for the future. I'm trying, and hopefully one of us makes that tiny change that changes everything. Wow. Boy, I sound like an optimist today. So exciting. So exciting. You live in the warmest part of Canada? Is any part of Canada really, truly warm, though? That's a question I have. That's a question I genuinely have. I mean, in the summer, I know it gets warm, but it's north. It's very north. Okay, let's watch this one just for fun to kind of get us switching from one thing to the next. This is a video from Reuters from 13 hours ago where a robot learns to walk on the moon.
This is Spirit, a robot that is being trained to walk on the moon. Scientists are testing it in the rugged terrain of Oregon's Mount Hood in preparation for future missions in space. The research is part of the LASSI project, which stands for Legged Autonomous Surface Science in Analog Environments. Cognitive scientist Christina Wilson.
Moving forward to missions that are going to occur on our moon, we're going to have humans and robots really for the first time on planetary missions working side by side. And so what the LASSI project is doing is really looking forward to that time and considering how should humans and robots collaborate for exploration of planets, particularly where should they go to collect data.
The idea is to teach Spirit how to cope with difficult and changing terrains in the same way humans do, such as walking from hard or rocky surfaces to soft ground like snow or sand.
With every step that the dog robot takes, it's able to sense kind of mechanical resistance with its leg, kind of similar to the way that when we walk on uneven surfaces as humans. And what's very cool is that scientists are interested in that data because it tells us things about how planetary surface formed and how it moves and how it might move in the future.
Okay. On to other things, specifically global politics and other sorts of things relating to that. Fuck me. Is this really what my list is? All right. Let's watch this next video. This one really is more fun than the last one.
Now, I want to take you back to...
But this is, if you're unaware, the Paris Olympics have just begun, and this is the lighting ceremony.
Greece and to Olympia, where the flame lighting ceremony is taking place. Let's have a listen in as we expect that flame to be lit in the next 5 minutes or so.
Statues in the ancient times. We will be seeing these Kouroi later on. And waiting for us at the temple.
Oh, it's very serious.
We have the priestesses.
Oh, we have the priestesses right here.
High priestess as well. And the artistic director of the flame lighting ceremony and the choreographer Artemis Ignatiou, who will in a few moments time formally, there she is, when she will strike the drum that will formally begin the torch lighting ceremony. The distinguished guests led of course by the president.
Of course, this is all very serious.
Well, this is always a very magical moment, the
it's very, very magical.
Official Olympic flame lighting ceremony. In ancient Olympia, of course, the flame was lit throughout the duration of the games, and that is the continuity that we're seeing in the modern era as well. Once this flame is lit, it will...
Okay, we're gonna move forward here a little bit because it takes them way too long. Maybe we should just watch it 2x.
Carry the flame over a distance of 5,000 kilometers through 41 different municipalities and areas of Greece before it is then given over to the Paris 2024 organisers. That will happen in April, in the 26th.
These dresses really weird me
flame
out.
Handed over to Paris. So
It confuses
what we're seeing
me.
at the moment is this ceremony where we expect
Like, why are they columns? Can anybody tell me why they're? Because they're at the columns. Because there are columns around, so they're also columns. That was the thinking. It's really, it's not even one layer deep. It's just the same layer. They're like, yeah, let's do that. This is very serious. The Olympics are starting. It's a tradition. It is a tradition. We must do it. Every 2 years, summer, then winter, then summer, then winter, then summer again, and then winter again, and then summer again and again, over and over. Because we must prove which country is the best at the sports balls and others. If we didn't know these things, we would be left in flux, in some sort of weird purgatory of not knowing who's the best at sports balls.
If you have just joined us on BBC News, we are watching live from Olympia in Greece the sacred flame lighting ceremony for the Paris 2024 Olympics.
Okay, hold on. We have to actually see this thing get lit. Like, what the fuck is taking so long? There we go. Where is it? It's right here. No? Here? Where? There? Oh my god. You know what? Fuck this. You know what? Let's watch this next one. This is from France 24 English. NGOs accuse Paris of social cleansing ahead of the Olympics. This is from 17 hours ago. And we've talked about this quickly, but this one goes in a little bit more depth.
It's 6 a.m. on the Charles de Gaulle Bridge in the east of Paris. Just below, more than 150 people live in this makeshift camp made up of tents, mattresses, and blankets. Dozens of police officers supervise this operation to try and relocate these unhoused people.
Bonjour! Hello!
They show no resistance as police wake them up and give them instructions.
Don't forget your things, your papers and everything else. Come, we'll put them on the side, okay? Good luck. We simply wake them up, giving them the option to either take the bus or not. There are two solutions. Either they go to the eastern region where Strasbourg is, or to the central region of the Loiret to the town of Orléans and nearby. For those who don't take the bus, it's their choice. We're not here to force anyone.
NGOs who were told about the operation the evening before try to reassure and explain the options offered by the authorities.
The what? They will only keep you for 2 weeks.
Yeah, 3 weeks.
And then?
And then it's gonna depend. Do you have the OFI card or no OFI card?
Actually, I am refugee status.
Refugee status.
Yeah, I have
okay.
recommend.
Try your chance, okay? You need to try, and after 3 weeks, you will see if they propose you something, okay?
Actually, if they didn't offer a home, then they will throw me out. Nah, I should search for the same place again.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
It's possible.
These are people who have fled Sudan, Eritrea, Afghanistan, who have fled wars, crises, who arrive in Paris and who are welcomed by the streets. With the Olympic Games coming, a new system has been put in place called SAS that will take all these people to other regions outside of Paris, and we know that only those who have just arrived in the country will be able to be housed on a more or less long-term basis. For the others, they'll be assessed for 3 weeks before being put back out on the street in other regions.
One after the other, they make their choice. A small group goes up the stairs, escorted by police, headed to the bus for Strasbourg. Many others...
Relocate? You mean make them go away? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it seems like. And rather than relocating or making them go away, you should, I don't know, work on providing housing for them. You know, I know that they're spending millions and millions, maybe even billions of dollars on hosting the Olympics. So why not spend a little bit of money on, I don't know, giving these people places to sleep that aren't, I don't know, underneath bridges or in fields?
decide to stay.
Because we work, we have contracts, we choose to stay in Paris. After 9 a.m. we go to work. For this evening we will see.
Emergency housing is full. He and his friends already know that they will sleep outside tonight in the cold.
Okay. Moving along from that fucking tragedy. And you know what? This happens over and over again with the Olympics. It seems like everywhere it goes, you know, they whoever's hosting it just sort of tries to export the homeless people somewhere else. Just kind of sweep it under the rug. Pretend that we aren't horrible. Okay. Do we do this one? Yeah, I guess we'll start with this one. Yeah, might as well go on to this one. This is from a couple of days ago, where activists demanded a ceasefire in Gaza at the European Parliament. Where else would we do it? This guy right here, did you see him? He starts clapping and then he stops clapping. It was it was kind of funny. It doesn't seem like he has any real backbone. It's like, oh no, people booed me for that. Oh no, maybe I shouldn't do this. But you didn't think about that over the last 6 months until just now when people booed you for clapping.
This is not the place to fight on any topic. Sorry?
It is not about siding with anyone. It's about letting people a platform to speak their truth.
Why don't you remember the hostages? Why don't you remember the hostages?
Bring the hostages home! Please.
Bring the hostages home.
Thank you. I think that everyone here in the room had the opportunity to talk on the subject and the matter that they wanted to talk about.
Where else should people talk about ceasefire? You know? How is the EU's parliament not the place for it, right? Am I wrong, chat? Is that crazy? Okay. Now my guess is right-wingers will be up in arms about this very soon. But this is from Guardian News from 12 hours. Oh. Excuse me. A little gas there. What was I saying? Oh yeah, this is from Guardian News. Brussels police tried to shut down right-wing NatCon conference as Nigel Farage speaks. This is from 12 hours ago. Police entered a radical right-wing conference. Oh shit, that went fast. After the mayor of a Brussels district ordered for it to be closed down on public safety grounds. Police entered the National Conservatism Conference to serve and close down the event, which organizers refused to sign.
Okay, I'm done playing. Thank you.
Farage continued to speak during the brief stalemate, but the event was eventually ordered to shut down gradually, with organizers telling delegates that they would try to find an alternate venue.
You're made to feel powerful. At the moment, the police are saying that the event is creating public disturbance and therefore it will be closed down gradually. The way that's going to work is you can all stay here as long as you want for the time being, but if you walk out of the building, they're not going to let you back in.
Oh, it's so sad. Oh, so sad. Not let back in the building. So basically, nothing happened. Oh, God. But yeah, I can almost guarantee that people are going to be very upset about this. Okay, what's next? Ignoring genocide seems to be becoming an Olympic sport. Yeah. Well, the medal should go to either Anthony Blinken or let's see. Who's on that list? Probably Joe Biden, right? Rishi Sunak. I don't know if you can call it ignoring genocide for any of the Israeli. They're actively doing the genocide, so I can't name them necessarily. But who else? There's probably a long list. Maybe we should get them to all compete in some sort of a Coliseum style event. What is that? The Space Police? Okay, let's move on to this. Where Copenhagen's historic stock exchange, about 17 hours ago, burned in a massive fire. Where, at least up till now, there is no known reason for why it started burning, I don't think. Unless I somehow missed it in this video when watching it earlier.
We're going to go to Denmark next because flame has engulfed Copenhagen's old stock exchange, one of the Danish capital's oldest and most distinctive buildings. This footage you can see shows the spire of the building, which dates back to 1625, ablaze, and then, as you can see, it collapses. Everyone inside was able to leave. Some people rushing to rescue some of the historic paintings. This now is the scene live where you can see that that smoke is still billowing out from the building. Indeed, firefighters are still struggling to bring it under control. They say that the fact that it was made of metal, the fact that a lot of that is copper, is actually keeping the heat in. Now, Denmark's culture minister said 400 years of Danish cultural heritage had gone up in flames. The old stock exchange was being renovated and had been shrouded in scaffolding and a protective plastic. Now, it currently houses the Danish Chamber of Commerce, whose spokesman described the scenes as a terrible sight. So there you can see that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And it happened, I think, like a day after they finished construction on the fixing of the Notre Dame Cathedral in France, which also burned down in a horrible fire. So odd timing, honestly. Anyway, let's move on here to this video from Democracy Now! From 13 hours ago, where apparently Yanis Varoufakis was banned from Germany as Berlin police raid and shut down a Palestinian conference. And I'm sure people will be equally up in arms about this one. Not. Anyway, fix that. There we go. Wait, what? Oh shit! This is more footage of the stock exchange burning down. Okay, moving to this.
As the official death toll in Gaza nears 34,000, we begin today's show looking at Germany's intensifying crackdown on pro-Palestinian voices. On Friday, police in Berlin shut down a 3-day Palestinian conference just moments after it began. In addition, Germany's Interior Ministry banned several speakers from even entering Germany or addressing the Palestine Congress conference remotely. The Palestinian researcher Salman Abu Sitta opened the conference, but his remarks over a live stream were cut short when Berlin police raided the conference site.
We have never seen before these daily scenes, one massacre after another. Homes demolished over the heads of the occupants. Bodies pulled from under the rubble. Surviving child with all his family killed. We have never seen before people deliberately denied food and water, children starved to death and killed when rushing to get food. We have never seen before all means of life systematically destroyed, hospitals, clinics, schools, universities, libraries, ancient monuments, mosques, churches, universities, cemeteries, bakeries, apartment buildings.
So for all people
Jesus
in the live
Christ.
stream, the police is standing right in front of us and they ask us to stop the video.
They're even trying to take away this microphone.
That was a live stream capturing the moment when German police raided and shut down the Palestine Congress conference in Berlin just minutes after it began. On Friday, German authorities also detained and questioned the Palestinian British surgeon, Dr. Hassan Abu Sitta, who had flown into Germany to speak at the Palestine Congress. Dr. Abu Sitta, who is the nephew of Salman Abu Sitta, who we just watched interrupted, spoke to Middle East Eye after he was barred entry.
Upon arrival, I was stopped at the passport office. I was then escorted down to the basement of the airport, where I was questioned for around 3.5 hours. At the end of 3.5 hours, I was told that I will not be allowed to enter German soil, that that this ban will last the whole of April. And not just that, that if I were to try to link up by Zoom or FaceTime with the conference, even if I was outside Germany, or I were to send a video of my lecture to the conference in Berlin, then that would constitute a breach of German law, and that I would endanger myself to having a fine or even up to a year of prison.
That was the Palestinian British surgeon, Dr. Hassan Abu Sitta, who had flown into Germany to speak at the Palestine Congress, but was denied entry to Germany. German authorities defended the decision to shut down the Palestinian conference, citing German laws against so-called hate speech. When Dr. Abu Sitta came out of Gaza, we interviewed him, and you can go to democracynow.org.
So, holding a conference about freeing Palestine is hate speech, huh? Wow.
Jesus, I say that.
To see that conversation, we're joined right now by former Greek finance minister Yanis Varoufakis. He was also banned from entering Germany and barred from engaging in any political activity there. Varoufakis is a leader of the pan-European progressive movement DiEM25, which helped organize the Palestine Congress. Welcome to Democracy Now! Yanis Varoufakis is the former finance minister of Greece. His most recent book is Techno-Feudalism. What Killed Capitalism is the subtitle. Yanis Varoufakis, can you explain what happened in Berlin?
To give you a vignette, Amy, of the absurdity, which would have been funny if it wasn't so tragic of what went on. During the morning, just before the police burst in, as you described so accurately, there was a young man an attendee of the Congress, a member of the Jewish Voice for Peace, which together with the Mera25, DiEM25, we co-organized the Palestine Congress. And this young man, as he approached the police cordon, there were 2,500 policemen preventing our attendees from attending the Congress. Anyway, he was approaching and he had a little placard that he had written with his own hand, and it read, "Jews against genocide." And for that, he was apprehended, arrested, manhandled. And while the police were manhandling him, he turned around humorfully or half-jokingly and said to them, "Would it have been all right with you if it said Jews in favor of genocide?" At which point, of course, they were far more angered and manhandled him even more fiercely. I don't want conveying this to you, Amy, and to our listeners and viewers, because this shows the absurdity of the whole thing. The police entered the building, the venue, a few minutes before I was due to deliver my talk via video link. As a result, what I did was I recorded my talk and I posted it online from Greece, from Athens, where I'm even now. And the next day, I found out that a ban, as you put it, was slapped on me by the German authorities. A ban that harks back to laws against Nazis, and a law that has only been used recently for ISIS operatives. That was used against me.
Wow.
Allow me just to...
Yanis Varoufakis. ISIS. Former finance minister of Greece. Whoopsies.
Say that the rationale behind this is the Germans' Staatsräson, the logic or rationale of this German state to protect Jews, which is an excellent rationale. I wish every state had it, each one of us had it, to protect Jews, except that this is not about protecting Jewish lives and Jews from anti-Semitism. It's all about protecting the right of Israel to commit any war crime of its choice in the final analysis.
Yep. And there's like another 20 minutes or 15 minutes of that interview. And of course, if you're subscribed to Democracy Now!, which you should be, you can go and watch the rest of that. But we've got an incredible amount of stuff left to get through today, which is why I've already taken one break, because we got a bunch more to go through here. This is coming out of Al Jazeera and the Associated Press, both from a day ago, where a controversial law has sparked a fight in Georgian parliament. Now, this law would essentially make it so that anybody that does business or receives funding from outside of Georgia would be considered, what's the word they used? A foreign agent, I believe was the word. You will be labeled as a foreign agent, and is essentially a pro-Russian sort of law that has just been put through. Let's watch this. This guy gets punched in the face.
ოცდაათიან წლებს აქ შეეხება. ქალბატონმა თაკომ, ქალბატონმა თხა 30-იან წლებთან დაკავშირებითო და გაიმეორა ამ საკითხში თინა ბოგუჩავა შეკითხვაც.
Damn. A brawl broke out among members of parliament. Oh my god, dude. That shit is wild. Did you see the aftermath of it though? People were going off. A Dream Party leader, Mamuka Nedzaradze. I can't pronounce that name. Fuck. At the center of the debate, which spread into the streets, concern about a new law requiring organizations to register as foreign agents if they accept funds from abroad or face fines. Opponents who call it the Russian law say it is similar to legislation in Russia that discredits news and media outlets at odds with the Kremlin. In addition to Parliament and public protests, the EU is also critical of the law, as it could jeopardize Georgia's ascension to the bloc. We were critical, as was the entire European Union, of the law regarding the influence of foreign organizations. We believe that such laws are not needed. You're surprised the US hasn't done that yet? It's funny, and very close to reality.
I don't want reality.
Okay. Here's more from the same protests. People were out in the streets. But you're surprised that the US hasn't fought like that yet. Yeah. Well, Mark Mullins tried to start a fight. Remember that? When Mark Mullins tried to... I can't remember who he tried to start a fight with now. Was that a general? Or was it like... Who was it? Hold on. Who was it that Mark Mullins tried to fight? I gotta remember this now. It's important. This is historical information. Oh, it was the Teamsters president. That's right. The Teamsters guy. That's who he wanted to fight. Okay, what's next? Okay, let's quickly look at the Sudanese civil war crisis that is currently going on. This is from 2 days ago. Global News. Sudan civil war. WHO warns time is running out as conflict reaches 1 year mark. Was it Sean Fain? Yeah, I think you're right.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has signed a new bill into law aimed at boosting troop numbers for the war against Russia. The new law
Oh, wait, what? Did I skip something?
Update their data with the authorities. It also
Oh, I just missed this one.
volunteers and adds new punishments for dodging draft. Let's bring in our correspondent Charles Stratford. He's joining
That's
us
on me, chat.
in eastern Ukraine. And
Is that the third time I've done that today?
Ukraine struggles to free up more manpower for its military Russian invasion continuing into a third year. Tell us about the conscription bill that President Zelensky has signed.
That's right. This bill is critically important in order to sort of supply the legal framework that's needed for a lot of conscription that the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian military say is needed for a mobilization as soon as possible.
Okay. That's enough of that one. I snuck that in there. Somehow completely missed it when I was reading just now, but just to, keep us aware of what's happening in the Ukrainian-Russian war. Alright, now let's watch this one on Sudan. Can I turn the volume up? Yes, I can try. Hold on.
The military conflict in Sudan enters its second year on Monday. We're seeing a flurry of funding and aid promises ahead of that grim milestone. But humanitarian agencies say it'll take a lot more to stop the fighting and bring Sudan back from the brink of collapse.
Time is running out. Without a stop to the fighting and unhindered access for the delivery of humanitarian aid, Sudan's crisis will dramatically worsen in the months to come and could impact the whole region.
The war has been particularly hard on children. An estimated 730,000 children are suffering from severe acute malnutrition. Without urgent assistance, more than 200,000 children could die from life-threatening hunger in the coming weeks and months.
Earlier this week, Canada announced new humanitarian aid for Sudan. The federal government providing $132 million to help those displaced by the conflict and to fund development projects in the region. The United States is expected to pledge another $100 million. Those funds are earmarked for emergency food aid in an effort to avert a famine. The United Nations says these pledges are just a fraction of Sudan's humanitarian needs, which stand closer to $2.7 billion US.
Yeah, it's a lot. That is a lot. Okay, we're not going to watch this whole next one.
A conflict with no end.
But this is a documentary from Al Jazeera from 11 hours ago. Or a report, I guess you would call it. How to stop the humanitarian crisis in Sudan. And I think this is an important question to ask. How do we stop the humanitarian crisis?
The war in Sudan is taking a heavy toll on civilians, with millions forced from their homes and on the verge of famine. What does it take to stop the humanitarian crisis, and can diplomacy stop the fighting? This is Inside Story. Hello there, I'm James Bays. Sudan is facing a humanitarian crisis as civil war drags on with no end in sight. The UN say 25 million people, half the population, need urgent assistance. Thousands are dead and millions more have been forced from their homes. Diplomacy has stalled and aid groups face major challenges getting to those in need. So is there a path to ending this conflict, and can anything be done to ease the suffering of the people of Sudan? We'll go to our panel in a moment, but first, this report from Fintan Monaghan.
Sudan is on the brink of famine. 18 million people are struggling to get enough to eat, with children especially at risk.
We suffer from many things here. The most important is children. Children are suffering. They need milk, diapers, they need shelter and warmth.
The civil war has killed more than 30,000 people. Around 8 million have been forced from their homes, and much of Sudan's infrastructure lies in ruins. For the past 12 months, the army has been battling the Rapid Support Forces paramilitary group for control of the country. Neither side is close to winning, and international efforts to end the conflict have failed. The UN Secretary General has called for a renewed push for peace.
This is more than a conflict between two warring parties. It is a war being waged on the Sudanese people. It is a war on the many thousands of civilians who have been killed and tens of thousands maimed for life.
As to
Okay, we're gonna move forward to the sort of interview and like discussion portion here. Try and get some pieces of this.
The upper hand, they seem to be making gains and taking significant ground, but then since the beginning of this year, am I right in thinking things have changed again? The upper hand, they seem to be was laid well afar, and obviously watching Al Jazeera's coverage of this, it seems like there was huge battles in the capital, which was laid waste. Then by the end of last year, the Rapid Support Forces seemed, I think, to have the upper hand. They seemed to be making gains and taking significant ground. But then, since the beginning of this year, am I right in thinking things have changed again?
I don't think there is significant change, that happened on the ground. We understand that Sudan Armed Forces are taking control of, large parts of Omdurman, part of the national capital. But beyond that, the situation remains the same. Actually, the situation in Jazeera one of the most populous region in Sudan, and it's
The
considered
World
the
Bank
bread
has done a number on
basket of the
Sudan,
country.
among others.
It's getting deteriorating every day. The RSF are moving one village to the other, looting and destroying farming communities that were not part, historically, they have not been part of any conflict. This is a very peaceful region. This is a region that provided refuge to millions of Sudanese, from Darfur, from Kordofan, from different parts of the country. And it's a region that fed the country. And this is one of the primary reasons why Sudan is very quickly sliding into a...
And let's also not forget that Russia has been supplying arms and assistance to one of Sudan's armies that's currently involved in this.
The destructions of communities is ongoing. Also, in Darfur, there have been numerous attacks on villages in western of Al-Fashir by the Rapid Support Forces. There is also numerous villages and farming communities in South Kordofan that has equally been under attack. And so those are all communities that have been feeding themselves. And
Okay. I'm going to move forward a little bit.
Been a humanitarian donor conference taking place in Paris. Duncan, before this conference, global donors before this week had given just $155 million. That's just 6% of what was needed. I read an interesting comment by the NGO Save the Children that made the comparison. The amount of money raised until this week was less than a fifth than what had been pledged in 2 days to rebuild one of the landmark buildings in the city where the humanitarian donor conference was taking place, Notre Dame Cathedral, which of course burnt down in 2019. Yes, that's a wonderful building, but we're talking about a country of nearly 50 million people. Well,
18 million people in Sudan are struggling to get enough food to eat as fighting continues. That number is insane. 18 million? It's like a fifth of the population of the United States.
At this conference now,
Not a
we
fifth,
believe they pledged...
No. 50th. Right? No. I can't do the math right now. 20th? 20th. 20th. Right? It's close to it.
Of course, they haven't come
Can't
up
do math. It's getting
with
too late for me
checks
to do
yet, but
math
they
in my
pledged
head right now.
$2 billion.
Use a calculator.
That's nowhere near what's needed still, is it?
That's exactly right.
God.
And I think it's wonderful that $2 billion has been pledged, but to remember that's only 50% of
This whole Sudanese thing
the
is
needed
fucking killing
amount
me
to
right now.
be able to respond in Sudan for the incredible amount of needs on the ground here. And I wish we hadn't had to wait to the year anniversary of this awful conflict before holding the event for the governments to support the humanitarian efforts on the ground. And like you said, I think now the need is to translate those pledges to work on the ground to support the communities here, because they can't wait any longer.
Okay. That's really the answer. Sorry to not have anything revelatory, Chad. It really is that. That's really it. Listen to this whole thing, and the main point is that we need to get them food. Okay. One more story left in Africa here. This is from the AP from 10 hours ago, where Kenyan doctors are currently striking over pay and working conditions as patients are turned away.
going to bow to any forms of intimidation and threats. And we're hereby saying today that we're going to continue picketing, we're going to continue to exercise our constitutional rights as per Article 37 of the Constitution. We have already filed a petition to Parliament to review our grievances.
Okay. Now on to a few stories here in Asia. First one is in South Korea, where 10 hours ago, South Korea's general election had an overwhelming win for the opposition.
Six days after voters gave the opposition a resounding election victory over the president's People Power Party, Yoon Suk-yeol broke his silence.
We'll continue our reform drives over labor, education, pension and the medical system and listen to reasonable opinions. The government will need to fulfill its responsibilities while cooperating more closely with the National Assembly.
His words fell short of the apology the Democratic Party was looking for. But they'll stay in the driver's seat with the power to reject Yoon's legislative agenda over the next 3 years. The opposition bloc won nearly 2/3 of seats in the National Assembly. Many view Yoon's landslide loss
That is a lot. 2/3.
as the people's judgment against his uncompromising leadership style.
이번 총선 결과가
We'd hoped the results of this election would shift the Yoon government's stance, but his remark was a unilateral declaration to continue the non-communicative politics of his office, as before, without any introspection.
This was an election so driven by the anger of a disenchanted public that the election watchdog banned green onions from polling booths. That followed a media appearance by the president meant to highlight falling vegetable prices. It went viral for being out of touch, just as controversies involving the First Lady remain. As prices continue to rise, hospitals across the country remain under pressure. A third month of a strike by thousands of junior doctors is about to begin.
A presidential aide told reporters the president did apologize for failing to manage the people's expectations and suggested he's not ruled out meeting with the leader of the...
I love that. I failed to manage the people's expectations. It's such a non-apology.
parliamentary majority party, Lee Jae-myung.
With the president's party now in emergency mode, it remains to be seen how Yoon will work with the Democrats, whose support he will need to confirm a new prime minister after several senior presidential aides submitted their resignations last week.
So yeah, a lot of stuff changing over there in South Korea right now. People are kind of upset with the current status quo, and they are showing that by voting for a more liberal government, as Yoon Suk-yeol's government, I think that's his name, government is much more right-wing and sort of appeals to the chaebol sort of way of life in South Korea, running things by way of corporate power. Okay, what is next? By the way, we just gave Samsung one of those chaebol, what was it, 6.4 billion? How much was it again? $6.4 billion to make chips, because they need it. They don't have the money. It's poor old Samsung. Okay, where am I? I lost my place trying to look for that figure. Okay, iconic Philippine jeepney, which is a sort of kind of vehicle. I was actually unfamiliar with these until today. Iconic Philippine jeepney is under threat amid modernization project. This is from 17 hours ago.
After extending the deadline repeatedly, Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. says this one is final. Jeepney drivers must join cooperatives or work under corporate management by April 30th. It's the first step in the government's effort to phase out the old, worn-out transportation vehicles. But some drivers oppose the modernization program.
You should be helping us, Filipinos, President Marcos. Why are you favoring foreign businessmen?
Now the thing is this kind of stuff, like changing, is going to be difficult for some people, right? And there needs to be, what do you call it? Like sort of considerations for how things move for those people, how we help them transition. But, you know, we can't have these giant trucks. I mean, granted, I'm not in Philippines, but in general, we just can't be, you know, continuing to invest in energy that is very dirty. And these trucks run on, I think, diesel engines.
They're on a 2-day strike to demand that the government allow them to replace or repair their jeepneys without losing their operators' licenses.
Jeepneys are one of the Philippines' most recognizable cultural symbols. The drivers are here protesting because they're afraid they'll eventually vanish. But an even bigger worry for them is that they'll lose their income and independence if the government goes ahead with new rules regulating jeepneys.
New rules that some other jeepney union leaders like Juancho Caparino say are acceptable after the Marcos administration approved upgraded jeepneys by local manufacturers.
Okay. Moving along to other stories in Asia. This is a bit more serious story. Not that that's not important. This is from a day ago from Reuters. Myanmar rebels raise flag at seized junta base.
Myanmar resistance fighters hoisted their own banner at a newly captured army base on Monday as a senior rebel commander vowed to hold the strategic area near the Thai border. The key trading town of Myawaddy was taken by fighters linked to the armed ethnic Karen National Union, or KNU, less than a week ago. Its fall marked another battlefield loss for the powerful military regime that seized control in 2021 from an elected government led by Aung San Suu Kyi, who remains in detention. Simmering anger against the junta has turned into a nationwide armed resistance movement. Since October, the army has lost control of key areas near its borders with both India and China to a loose coalition of allied resistance forces.
We win in everywhere, step by step, but it will take time.
Tani is a spokesperson for the KNU.
We need to have a kind of like coordination with the other groups because in our country, so many groups and so many differences, but we try for how we take coordination to block and to defeat the military.
NCC raid incoming.
Among our current people, our current group, also so many groups, but it doesn't matter. We will take time and we try for how to unite it.
The loss of.
So yeah, this whole situation is pretty complicated. If you're not familiar, the the Myanmar conflict that's been happening there in southern Asia is one where 3 years ago the military seized control of the government, and the now sort of guerrilla junta military is fighting back against that military coup. Now, I don't think either of them are all that great when it comes to the situation that's currently happening with the Rohingya. So it's very hard for me to find someone to support in the situation. But I do think that the military needs to stop trying to run the government. So that's my first thing. But and the exact same, the tied for first, is ending the ethnic cleansing of the Rohingya people from Myanmar as well. Okay. What are we doing now? Another thing in Asia. I think we're going to India next, right? Yes, okay. This is from 17 hours ago, where India's opposition has accused Modi of silencing opponents ahead of the election.
Arvind Kejriwal, widely regarded as a thorn in the side of India's ruling party, has been silenced. He's in prison accused of taking $12 million in bribes from the liquor industry. The Chief Minister of New Delhi State denies the allegations. Other leaders of his Aam Aadmi Party, which swept into national politics on an anti-corruption platform, have also been imprisoned. Al Jazeera spoke to one of them, Sanjay Singh, who is out on bail.
He wants all political heavyweights to be jailed so that he can contest the elections alone. They want a regime similar to that of Putin or Kim Jong.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will dispute that claim. He commands unprecedented popularity in this country of 1.4 billion people. Many believe he's on course to lead the BJP to a third-term victory. But opposition parties insist investigating agencies are targeting them.
There is a crackdown happening against the opposition. After all, 95% of the cases registered by ED and CBI have been against the opposition.
The BJP has dismissed the allegations.
These are executive decisions taken by the agencies. To attribute them directly to the government, it's very unfortunate. And secondly, look, a criminal...
That first one wasn't a firstly, so the secondly is not... Yeah, what the fuck?
And with such a grave offence, cannot talk about need and timings.
In a bid to stop the BJP juggernaut, 26 opposition parties created the India Alliance. While it's been able to mobilize large crowds, arrests, disputes, defections and egos have undermined its effectiveness.
Modi needs to go, okay? If you're unfamiliar on my opinion on Modi, that is where it stands. Needs to go. Dude has been seriously problematic for India. Currently allowing ethnic cleansing to happen, and allowing, I feel like, is sort of a nice term to use. But I suppose. Anyway, one more in Asia here before we move on to the Middle East, which I've got a bunch, although technically the Middle East is kind of Asia too, so it's a complicated line that we're going to tread. 11 hours ago, it's from Al Jazeera English, where Supermarket Senate Inquiry is looking into Australian retailers in price-fixing probe.
The chief executive of the supermarket chain Woolworths was grilled by senators for 3 hours.
Doing this? Stop doing that.
This is a Senate inquiry. Answer the question.
The grocery retailer is accused of price fixing at the expense of farmers and consumers, as well as corporate profiteering during a cost of living crisis.
Farmers are being screwed over at the farm gate. Your workers are being done over and subjected to unsafe working conditions. You're price gouging your customers.
Faced with a threat of contempt and 6 months jail for refusing to answer questions about the company's profitability, the retiring CEO eventually replied.
If it helps the committee in terms of us moving on, I don't know that number and I'm happy to take it on notice.
So I'll take that you have answered that question now.
Also fronting the committee was the chief executive of the other major...
Why does this keep happening? The volume keeps getting jacked down. My software is acting so messed up. Is the volume really low for you, chat? Like what the fuck is wrong with this software? I'm acting so fucked up lately. If it's really quiet, put a 1 in chat or something. I think it's fixed now, but it just keeps going down. And I keep putting it back up, and it's just not. It's not really going with what I want.
A grocery retailer in Australia. Coles and Woolworths hold a 65% share of the grocery market. Both have denied using their market dominance to engage in unfair pricing practices. They say their rising profits are due to improved in-store productivity. But farmers say the supermarkets aren't paying them enough. Guy Gaeta has been farming apples and cherries for nearly 4 decades in the central tablelands of New South Wales.
We used to have around 200
farmers here, apple and cherry growers and stone fruit growers, and in 36 years, out of 200, there's only 11 left now. So that's my evidence that we have been price gouged, and people have just walked off the land.
It's with this in mind, the federal government is considering cracking down on the supermarket chains by introducing a mandatory code of conduct, regulating the supermarket.
Yep, it is good to see a country working on this. Some other countries are starting to work on this as well, but needs to happen. The price gouging needs to end. There's too many monopolies and too many industries, and people are just kind of, with impunity, charging whatever the fuck they want. They have no one to push back. Okay, what is next on my list? Actually, we have made it to the Middle East, and that is my cue to take my second break, because we are 3 hours in and I still got like, fuck, I think we still got like an hour and a half worth of stuff to go through here, chat, so hope you're all still buckled in. Man, why are my headphones? Is it my headphones or my mic that's making a weird sound? Okay.
The Abu Ghraib pictures tell a sordid tale of
Okay, chat. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. Just gonna take a quick intermission here. If you haven't already, hit that like and subscribe button, as that truly helps me out here. If you'd like to be even more helpful, for a few dollars a month, you can become even more galactic by going to this link in chat and becoming a galactic producer. Where not only can you help me here at the Galactic News Network, but you can also access a myriad of galactic benefits. Enjoy the break, take a dip, or grab a drink. I'll be right back. Alright, chat, I'm back. What do we got here? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mona. I'm glad to be back. Hey, Bad Lefty's here. Good to see a Bad Lefty. All sorts of people showing up here, I see. Bad Ash, Soul Life, Schmegley, B-Cat's back. Styx Dragon. All the peoples. Pitchforks. Okay. What is... Oh, and of course, Goth Dogs. Almost forgot you. Sorry, Goth Dogs. Okay, on to Middle East related stuff. And we've got a lot of it. Take one day off. One day off, and this is what happens. This is from 16 hours ago, where a trial has begun in a U.S. court for Abu Ghraib torture survivors 20 years later.
The Abu Ghraib pictures tell a sordid tale of torture. Prisoners stacked naked in a pyramid, handcuffed on the ground, dragged by a leash, and attached to electrical wires. A soldier giving a thumbs up next to a corpse. Now, 20 years after the release of those photos of the U.S.-run prison at Abu Ghraib in Iraq set off global outrage, 3 survivors are getting their day in court.
It was Abu Ghraib and the revelations of what was happening in Abu Ghraib that opened the eyes of the United States and the world to a shift away from the law and treatment of those in custody in the name of the war on terror.
The survivors are suing CACI, the Virginia-based military contractor that supplied the interrogators who worked at the prison. Justice has been long delayed. This case has been bouncing around the court since 2008. CACI has tried to have it dismissed around 20 times. In 2021, the U.S. Supreme Court sent it back here to district court, where it will finally go on trial. The company denies wrong.
Do you have 30 likes right now? You have 29. You already have 3. I'll give you a 4th one if you get to 30. That's the deal.
Doing and said its employees have not directly inflicted abuse on the prisoners. But the plaintiffs in the case say the company set the conditions that resulted in torture by ordering military police to, quote,
who should we do? Captain Planet? Who do you want, chat? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, my stream is acting dumb. This is cool. I love this for me. I love this for all of us. Oh, god damn it. That's what happens when we get like 3 hours in. And my computer starts telling me, no, I don't want to do that. But really, it's just this stupid software. Streamlabs. Just wants to be a dick and not give you a 4th character. And it's very rude. It's very, very rude. And not thoughtful at all. I don't appreciate it. If you're asking me, I don't appreciate it one bit. Oh my god, it won't let me unhide them from the scene. They're there, but they're not there. Oh, this is so sad. How do I make this happen right now? Alright, I'm gonna try and figure this out while we do all this.
soften up detainees for interrogations.
There's been so little, no accountability really for what happened at Abu Ghraib and beyond. I think a case of just one person is tremendously significant.
Among those expected to testify, Army General Antonio Taguba, who led an investigation into the Abu Ghraib scandal, and former Staff Sergeant Ivan Frederick, sentenced to more than 8 years in prison for inflicting abuse. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Alexandria, Virginia.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get...
Okay, well, I haven't been able to unhide Captain Planet yet. I'm very sorry for that. Unfortunately, Streamlabs is lagging like an asshole, as usual. I haven't even skipped a frame in like 4 hours, and yet somehow the software is just so done right now. I hate you, Streamlabs. Hashtag free Captain Planet. Yes, exactly. That is the hashtag of the night. 100%. Okay, before we move on to Israel and Palestine, let's look at this. This is from 13 hours ago. Why am I being sent back? Hurt and angered Afghans pushed out by Pakistan.
Pakistan is now starting a second phase of a controversial plan to deport hundreds of thousands of Afghan refugees living in the country. Over 500,000 undocumented Afghan nationals have been expelled since last October. The government is now extending its deportation plan to include many Afghans who hold Pakistani documents.
It's more than 40 years since we migrated to Pakistan. Many of us were born here. We have businesses here and many are working as labourers. It would be very difficult to return to a country where there is no education, no health facilities and no work. Also, security is our major concern.
Many Afghans in Pakistan say they're heartbroken.
Oh, the situation is fucked. People fled when the Taliban retook Afghanistan, as many people were either concerned for their well-being for one reason or another, and many fled to Afghanistan as it was the closest Muslim country for most, and unfortunately they're now being forced out. Goth is sorry for being baked? You can't be sorry for that. What do you think I'm doing on my breaks exactly?
Forced to leave.
Whoops.
Place that they call home. Kamal Haider reports from Landi Kotal in Pakistan on the border with Afghanistan.
The repatriation of millions of Afghans is continuing at a steady pace. Most of the people that we talk to say they're leaving with a heavy heart. They have considered Pakistan to be their home. They also consider Afghanistan to be their ancestral home. But they say that the government's move to push these people out is something that is unacceptable, because they say that even if the government of Pakistan wanted to send them out, it should have been carried out in a more dignified manner.
Pakistan is a motherland for many of us. Although we are Afghan nationals, this is the country we call home, where we were born. Today, it's heartbreaking leaving, but we are grateful to the people who accepted us wholeheartedly.
It would be great if Pakistan granted us citizenship after we spent decades here. Afghans are peace-loving people. We don't want any conflict or war, as we were made victims of war. And today, we are in the middle of nowhere.
Oh yeah, I forgot. There's a bunch of people who left during the U.S. takeover of Afghanistan as well. Somehow I forgot that, just because it was literally decades ago now. Thank you for reminding me, sir.
Second phase of the repatriation, the government of Pakistan has announced that it is not just the unregistered Afghans, but even those who have registered and have proof of residency or the Afghan citizenship card too will have to go. That, of course, has thrown the future of many refugees into uncertainty. They have lived in this country for decades. Their children don't know any other country but Pakistan as their home. It is a moving experience, and many people expressed their dissatisfaction in the way the government has conducted this whole exercise. They say that it should have been done in a more dignified manner.
Al Jazeera's quiet. Sometimes it's quiet. Sometimes it's freaking like offensively loud. I never know, and sometimes it's in the same video, and it's very frustrating as I get a lot of coverage from them, as they seem to they seem to cover a lot of stuff that Western media doesn't, and it's a good supplement to all the other media that I'm consuming, especially with all the things happening in the Middle East right now. They're essential, but they do that. Sometimes it's very quiet, sometimes it's very loud. It just is. Okay, now on to a bunch of footage, but first we're going to start off with this one, discussing this sort of stuff. Why direct action is becoming common in the fight for the Palestinian cause. This is from Al Jazeera from 15 hours ago. Oh shoot!
Take another form
There's
of direct
Captain
action,
Planet.
which is tax resistance.
Fixed it somehow.
In the UK, in the UK,
And you got a free bacula.
there are
I'm gonna give it
laws
to
that
you.
allow
Fuck
us
it.
to design a way for you as a citizen to show your muscle and show, the politicians who they really work for. And we both know, thanks to Loki setting it all up there as well, the UK specifically is aided and abetted in these war crimes. And you, as an individual or a business, are funding those war crimes. And funding war crimes is illegal. And tax is not exempt under UK law. And now the campaign, which launched in March, is based on two UK statute laws. The ICC Act, which make it a...
So sorry, chat. I just realized this got started here in the middle. Let's go to the beginning. This is not where I meant to start us. There we go.
From blocking bridges to economic boycotts, direct action is increasingly common as people become frustrated with their government's failure to confront Israel's assault on Gaza. But can direct action succeed where other methods have not? I'm Miriam Francois, and this is The Stream.
All persons remaining will be arrested.
Have a responsibility as people in the imperial court to make a clear stand against it.
For the forced starvation!
Ceasefire, not genocide! You are a war criminal! Stand with us!
Just to be clear, this is our last warning. We're asking for your voluntary cooperation.
Direct action refers to the use of economic or physical power to achieve specific goals, and it has come to define the tactics of a new generation of Palestinian advocates. So who are the people behind it, and why is it their preferred mode of protest? Joining me to explore this are Medea Benjamin, co-founder of the woman-led peace group Code Pink and a leading figure in the US peace movement. She's joining us from Washington, D.C. From London, Loki, hip-hop artist and activist who is a member of Palestine Action. And from New York, Ashish Prashar, a political strategist, human rights activist, and founder of the No Tax for Genocide campaign. Welcome to you all. Thank you for being with us. Medea, can I start with you by asking how and why you got involved in direct action?
Well, let me first say that I'm not the new generation. I'm the older generation, having started direct action back in the 1960s during the Vietnam War, when our government was sending young men overseas to kill people they didn't even know. And we felt that we had to do whatever we could to stop the draft, to stop our government, to get the attention of the American public. And I've been involved in it ever since. During the Iraq War, we did the same thing. Why is our government taking us to war on the basis of lies? We, the public, have to get out there and do something about it. And now that the U.S. government is so complicit in this genocide in Gaza, we have to do everything that we can to stop that complicity. So I think direct action is one of the most important tools that we can use, putting our bodies on the line, trying to get the media attention, trying to wake up the public to say, we've got to stop this.
Loki, what's your relationship to direct action and what's the idea behind it?
Well, in the case of Palestine Action, what we are arguing is that Britain should adhere to the provisions of Article 1 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. All parties to the convention are under obligation to prevent the occurrence of genocide and punish those responsible for its commission. Now, is Britain fulfilling its obligations in accordance with international law? The Arms Trade Treaty, which Britain is a signatory and ratifier of, stipulates that if exports are thought to possibly be used for violations of international humanitarian law, they should not proceed. Now, in the case of Israel's genocide in Gaza, Britain provides components for the F-16, that's the HUD technology, which...
No, he doesn't make this point, but I'm going to make this point for him. The fact is the ICJ has already ruled that Israel is probably committing genocide. So that's more than possibly in a legal sort of framework, which essentially means that yes, UK is in fact supporting a possible genocide in contravention of international law and its own what do you call it? Support of the convention of what fucking hell. You know what I'm saying. It's bad. It's not. What he's saying is 100% correct as well. I'm trying to get at.
Israel uses for targeting in that fighter jet, but it also provides components for the F-35, the Apaches, snipers, and also the vast majority of small arms ammunitions comes from Elbit Systems, which is Israel's largest arms company, which has numerous sites across this country. Now, in the case of Palestine Action, it has been produced out of the intransigent...
Okay, we're going to keep going because we got a lot more stuff to look at. But if you want to see the rest of that interview, which is like 30 minutes long, it's on Al Jazeera, entitled Why Direct Action is Becoming Common in the Fight for Palestine Cause. Speaking of direct action becoming more common, we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 videos here to watch that are all protests around the world in a global day of action over the Gaza genocide. Start with this first one from Al Jazeera to kick it off, and then we'll move on to the rest of them. Uh-oh. Wait, where did Bacula go?
No more money for Israel's crime!
And we lost Captain Planet. What the fuck?
This is a responsibility to be out here. Everyone yelling for us to go to our jobs right now, tell them we are at our job right now.
Oh shit, I missed that. What did it say? On Monday, hundreds of protesters in multiple cities around the world took part, disrupting roads, trade routes, and companies with alleged links to Israel. In Athens, people attempted to block access to the industrial port.
Today's economic disruptions around the world are designed to throw a spanner in the works of the financial systems that feed capital to the Israeli war machine and those governments that back it and supply it around the world.
In Australia, activists sprayed in red paint on a freight train to block the rail. Protesters marched for the Departments of Foreign Affairs and Trade to highlight Australia's controversial weapons deal with an Israeli company.
So Australia has shown that it stands with Israel even though Israel is breaching international law.
genocide that has been for years, and we will shut Albert down.
The organizers of the global effort said that they were targeting the economy, as previous symbolic actions had not changed the approach to Israel.
People are organising, people are waking up, people are taking a stand, and we will not allow our government to continue with this slaughter.
Okay. Now we got a bunch of these to look at here. This one was in Chicago. 40 pro-Palestinian protesters were arrested outside of Chicago's O'Hare Airport. Oh wait, why do I have these in the wrong order? There we go. Okay. And it's... Never mind. I'm not going to ruin it. I'll say it later.
Many travelers today had to hike it to O'Hare because a protest blocked the highway. And man, it caused some massive traffic delays.
Yeah, now supporters of the Palestinian cause are getting ready to hold yet another rally. Nate Rogers joins us live with the latest on the impact of that demonstration. Nate?
Yeah, that's right, guys. Good evening to the both of you. Right now, here on Federal Plaza, there are about 300 people that have gathered here for today's demonstration. You see many folks holding their native flag, holding signs, as well as beating drums. They've been here actually since about 3 p.m. participating in
holding their native flag.
Various chants. Now,
what is this guy talking about?
In solidarity with an
most of these people aren't Palestinians. I'm pretty sure.
Coordinated by the Chicago Coalition for Justice in Palestine. They're calling on the Palestine community and their supporters to strike. No work, no school, no spending money today. They say they no longer want their tax dollars to fund genocide. Now, around 9:30 this morning, traffic was stalled on the Kennedy Expressway near Bessie Coleman Drive and the airport. Pro-Palestinian supporters sat in the middle of the expressway, halting traffic. Dozens of travelers were seen walking to O'Hare on the expressway shoulder in order to make their flight on time. Now, take a listen to what was on people's hearts today here at Federal Plaza.
I feel like, yes, I'm sorry it was an inconvenient, but imagine living in Gaza right now and what they've been dealing with for the last 6 months, and the world has been silent.
I don't want
if
reality.
If you're inconvenienced for a little bit of one day, imagine what they have been. They have been displaced. Their homes have been demolished. Their schools have been demolished. They are deliberately starving them.
This is just basic human rights that we're fighting for, and it's ridiculous that it's taken this long, but it's also, it's very comforting to be around like-minded people and standing up for the people who need it.
I feel that. Okay. Moving on to another video. This is footage of, I believe, a reporter who was trying to get to the airport in Chicago. And here we go. Oh, and he's back. Bacula and Captain Planet.
Missing their flights.
Oh wait, is this not the footage? Oh yeah, there it is. Here it is. I think this is her. She like jumps out of the car. And then you'll see. Am I right? Am I right? Am I fucking losing my mind right now? I swear to God. There we go. She jumps out of the car.
You can probably see the sweat on my face. I've been walking for like probably 10 minutes at this point. And you can't tell, but I'm still very far from getting on. Literally. They're not. Look at this. I am still.
This chick's got serious Karen energy right now.
I am boarding in probably 5 minutes. This is horrible.
Why is she recording this? And then she like gets up here, and the footage, you'll see what happens. And then the footage stops. Because I think she realizes, or somebody realizes, that whatever happens next, the hell's not gonna look good. This was a Palestinian protest outside of a Tesla factory in Fremont, which is in Southern California, I believe.
The protests calling for the end of the war in Gaza turned confrontational in Fremont, where demonstrators clashed with police outside the Tesla factory, with officers firing pepper balls into the crowd.
More than 50 people rallied there, starting off at the Warm Springs BART station before marching over to the Tesla plant. KRON 4's Jack Mulmud was at that protest today. He has more details. Jack?
Oh, that's right. And those pepper balls, they not only hit the protesters gathered here in Fremont today, but they also hit journalists such as us here, also at KRON 4 as well.
Oh, no kidding.
Before the confrontation with police,
the police
protesters
shot journalists
marched, and it was
with
relatively
pepper
pretty
balls.
peaceful in a protest in which demonstrators called a
that's
nationwide
crazy.
economic blockade.
Okay. What am I doing? Ah, yes. This next one is a protest outside of the Google campus in South Bay.
Well, developing now, protesters are gathering once again a day after demonstrations crippled the Bay Area from the Golden Gate Bridge to 880 in Oakland. This time, however, protesters are focused on Sunnyvale. That's where NBC Bay Area's Chris Sanchez joins us this morning. And Chris, this protest is centered on Google.
It is centered on Google. It seems to be less about the disruption of traffic like we've seen over the last couple of days and more focused on the Google Cloud Nimbus project, which the employees say is contributing to the death toll in Gaza and in Israel. Take a look here. You see a handful of employees gathered there, and they are going to be protesting. They are part of the No Tech for Apartheid campaign. They are protesting that $1.2 billion contract they say was just reached with the Israeli government and Israeli military and Google. Now, if you look...
Okay. That, good. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that is, the current situation in terms of protests, at least of what I found, against this genocide happening in Gaza, at least, in America. Now, let's move on to this from Global News from 13 hours ago, where Israel has shown, quote-unquote, active obstruction in the October 7th investigation, according to the UN.
I was mentioning that we have been collecting material since 7 October. And we have certainly collected a great deal of digital and documentary evidence, but we have had difficulty in collecting evidence firsthand from witnesses and victims to those events that have occurred in southern Israel on 7, 8 and 9 October and in Gaza and the West Bank since then. So far as the government of Israel is concerned, we have faced not merely a lack of cooperation, but active obstruction of our efforts to receive evidence from Israeli witnesses and victims to the events that occurred in southern Israel. We have contact with many, but we would like to have contact with more. As good as the physical evidence, the digital and documentary evidence that we have is for us informing our conclusions and recommendations, it must be supplemented by the personal experiences of people, of victims and witnesses, of children, women and men who have experienced what is happening. We are grateful to the assistance of states that are cooperating in our investigations, and we call again on the government of Israel to extend the same cooperation to the Commission's inquiries.
I would like to express my serious alarm over the latest developments in the region and the military escalation between Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the risk of triggering a regional conflict. It is critical that all parties work towards a military de-escalation at this juncture and prioritize the mitigation of impact of conflict on civilians.
Anyway, important part of that video we definitely got through. UN says that Israel is actively obstructing the investigation of October 7th, which is not shocking to anyone in this chat, I don't think, but if it is, well, now you know. Let's move on to this piece from a day ago from Al Jazeera. Israeli airbase damaged following Iran attack.
New video released by Israel's army shows the damage to one of its air bases after Iran's attack. Now, the barrage of drones and missiles left a large hole in the ground at the Nevatim air base in southern Israel. There was also damage to a road in the area of Hermon. Israel says the vast majority of Iran's projectiles were intercepted. We go to Imran Khan, our correspondent in occupied East Jerusalem. Good morning, Imran. Of course, those details now emerging, and the pictures too, about what was hit in Israel and the damage caused.
That's absolutely right. What we're hearing was that at least 9 of those Iranian ballistic missiles breached Israel's air defense. 5 hit the Nevatim airbase, damaging a C-130 transport aircraft, an unused runway and empty storage facilities. And then an additional 4 ballistic missiles hit the Negev airbase, but there were no reports of significant damage there. Now, these ballistic missiles should have been intercepted by the Arrow 3 system. The Arrow 3 system is a very new system for the Israelis. It was the first time it was deployed in this case. It's designed to bring down ballistic missiles. Now, the fact that 9 of those missiles actually got...
The fact is, I think that this was all really just a very large, loud warning to Israel, from what I can tell. They essentially told Israel that they were going to attack, and then they attacked slowly. Okay. Let's move on to this next video, where, according to Global News, Biden cautions Netanyahu to exercise restraint after Iran's attack on Israel.
A late-night phone call between the American president and Israeli prime minister may have convinced Israel not to strike back, with Joe Biden reportedly telling Benjamin Netanyahu the U.S. would not participate in any new offensive against Iran.
But the president's been very clear. We don't seek a war with Iran. We're not looking for escalation here. We will continue to help Israel defend itself.
Biden reportedly urged the Israelis to consider their defense strategy as a win, reminding Netanyahu that Iran only struck an airbase in southern Israel and not civilian targets. A senior Biden administration official told reporters that Israel needs to think through carefully what it does next.
It's just an extraordinary example of military superiority that is.
Oh my God, okay, that's enough from John Kirby. I'm sure for everybody here. Joe Biden is 127 years old, according to Nightbot, which sounds accurate. We're just going to continue talking about this Iranian attack here for a moment. This is from 2 days ago from Al Jazeera English. Israeli war cabinet split on retaliation to the Iranian attack.
This is not over. That, according to War Cabinet Minister Benny Gantz. The day after, Israel says Iran launched 350 drone, cruise, and ballistic missiles. Officials here say they will respond to the attack when the time is right.
מול האיום של איראן,
In the face of the Iranian threat, we will build a regional coalition and exact the price from Iran in the fashion and timing that is right for us.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu convened his war cabinet to discuss what comes next amid pressure from his own government members to retaliate, but no decision to respond has been made. Israel's defense minister Yoav Gallant described the event as one of the most dramatic in the country's history and said cooperation with allies in the region showed what he called impressive results.
We have an opportunity to establish a strategic alliance against this grave threat by Iran, which
we
is
don't have an
threatening
egg
to mount
command.
nuclear explosions.
Okay, you know what? We'll create an egg command for Duck. She's gonna have to give me a little bit.
On these missiles, which could be an extremely grave threat. The U.S., Israel, and its allies stand shoulder to shoulder to defend us against this threat.
The Israeli army says it is ready for any eventuality.
Iran, from the beginning of the war, wants only one thing: to escalate the region. Over the last few hours, we have...
I don't want reality.
Wow, they're the ones who want to escalate. The guys who didn't, I don't know, like really attack Israel for real. Did like a fake attack after being attacked at their own embassy in an assassination, not attempt, but a successful one by Israel. No. It's Iran who's escalating things. Okay, I mean I guess an argument could be made, not by me, but by someone, I assume. Okay, what's this? What do we do next here? Okay, this is from a day ago, with the Israeli military chief saying Iran will face consequences for the attack.
We are closely assessing the situation. We remain at our highest level of readiness. Iran will face the consequences for its actions. We will choose our response accordingly. The IDF remains ready to counter any threat from Iran and its terror proxies as we continue our mission to defend the State of Israel.
Your genocidal war-hungry mission. I'm not super stoked about that.
Saturday into
Okay, where are we at now? Do we watch this one? I think we're going to skip past this one. Moving on to this next one from 12 hours ago. Netanyahu weighs Iran attack response options. This is, I think, is the most recent. Yeah, this is the most recent videos on this situation that has now been created relating to Iran. So yeah, let's just get ourselves fully up to date on this, at least as up to date as I was before starting the stream. Okay, here we go.
Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is weighing his options, trying to decide how to respond to Iran's historic attack over the weekend. President Joe Biden made it clear he will not be involved. The U.S. wouldn't be involved in an attack on Iran, despite Washington's ironclad support for Israel's security. CBS News foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb is following all of these developments from Tel Aviv. Imtiaz, there has been international pressure, but Israel says it will soon still respond to Iran's attack. How is everyone you're speaking with feeling about this?
Yeah, hey, Lilia, it's extraordinary. You have the world united almost saying that Israel should not retaliate to that strike from Iran, in which 300 Iranian drones, missiles, both cruise and ballistic, were targeted at Israel, 99% of which were taken down by Israel's missile defense systems. and of course in support, or rather support from countries like Jordan, the US, and the UK. The mood here in Israel, of course, is one of concern, but people are largely moving on with their lives as normal. But when you sort of step back and look at the politics at play here, and there are politics at play, when you look and when you consider Israel's
Must be
own,
nice, right?
war.
Most Israelis are just moving on about their daily lives as normal. Wonder if Gazans can do that.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
They were just pretty much made up of three men, which is Benny Gantz, Yoav Gallant, and Benjamin Netanyahu. These are three men who don't always see eye to eye at the best of times, and they don't in this moment as well. Netanyahu has not made a decision, from what we understand. Some of his counterparts pushing for a strike imminently, but what I can tell you is that it does appear that they have agreed that not only will they target.
You have concerns that this may spark World War III. I think most people with any sort of, finger on the pulse, if you will, have some similar concerns about that.
Iran, that it will be, quote, limited in scope and likely take place inside Iran, as opposed to targeting any of Iran's proxies around the region. Lilia.
Imtiaz, it's important to not let this, possible crisis, if there is an escalation, distract us from what is happening in Gaza. Yesterday, we saw protests across the United States, people calling on what aid groups have called an increasing famine, and of course, the killing of more than 30,000 people there. What is the latest on the potential attack into Rafah?
For fuck's sake. No more talking about Rafah, at least in the context of attacking Rafah should be completely out of the question. Okay, now we're gonna talk quickly about Lebanon. No, Lebanon. Israel drone attack kills one in southern Lebanon from 16 hours ago. Then we're going to move on to the West Bank.
At least one person has been killed in an Israeli raid that targeted a car in the town of Ain Bal in southern Lebanon. Drone strikes launched from Lebanon, we understand, have injured 3 Israeli soldiers. The Israeli military says the strikes hit an area near the northern city of Kiryat Shimona. Well, let's go straight to our correspondent, Ali Hashem. He joins us now from Ain Bal in southern Lebanon. Ali, I know this has all happened very, very recently. Talk us through what we know about what took place.
Okay, honestly, I think we know what took place. Israel attacked Lebanon again in this escalating war that they have decided to wage against Lebanon. And a person died. Multiple people died, actually, I think. Oh no, one died and multiple injured. Okay, we're moving on. Let's watch this Democracy Now! Piece from 15 hours ago. Under cover of war in Gaza, assault on West Bank intensifies. Palestinian journalist Dalia Hatuka.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. The Intercept is reporting the New York Times has instructed its reporters to avoid using the terms genocide, ethnic cleansing, and occupied territory in its coverage of Israel's war on Gaza.
I don't want reality.
The Intercept's report is based on an internal memo from the Times. One newsroom source told the Intercept, quote, I think it's the kind of thing that looks professional and logical if you have no knowledge of the historical context of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. But if you do know, it'll be clear how apologetic it is to Israel, they said. Today, we're joined by a Palestinian journalist who's been highly critical of how the Western media has portrayed Israel's war in Gaza. Dalia Hatuka is an independent Palestinian journalist specializing in Israeli-Palestinian affairs, usually based between Amman, Jordan, and Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. She was a close friend and colleague of the Al Jazeera reporter Shireen Abu Akleh, who was shot dead by an Israeli sniper in the occupied West Bank May 11th, 2022. Dalia's latest piece for the Century Foundation is headlined, "Under Cover of Gaza War, Assault on West Bank Accelerates." Dalia joins us now in our New York studio after speaking last night at the Columbia Journalism School. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. This was also the topic of your panel at the Columbia J School last night, the issue of how the conflict is being covered. What do you think is most important for people to understand, Dalia?
Well, I think that a lot of what's missing from the bigger portrait or the puzzle, so to speak, is the Palestinian voice. So in order to find out what's going on in Gaza, we need to not just rely on Western journalists coming into Gaza. I know that's very important, and it's a demand by a lot of us and by, the Committee to Protect Journalists and other journalism rights groups. But it's also to amplify Palestinian voices, because ultimately nobody knows Gaza better than the Gazan journalists on the ground who are actually doing the work that they're doing right now. And in a way, these journalists, not only are they fighting for their lives while doing all of this, they're also resorting to extraordinary measures to be able to cover what's going on. And speaking to journalists on the ground, they tell us that what we're seeing from them is only like 10% of what's happening in Gaza at the moment.
And Dalia, I wanted to ask you, the Western press does have the opportunity to cover what is going on in the West Bank. And yet this, as you wrote in a recent piece, more than 4,000 West Bank Palestinians have been displaced just in 2023, the highest number ever recorded. What is going on in the West Bank from what you've been able to see?
Basically, in the West Bank, the fog of war has allowed Israel to perpetuate crimes at a very large scale, not only throughout the West Bank, but including occupied East Jerusalem. And in the West Bank, we've got what a lot of even Israeli officials have admitted are pogroms that are going on by and being perpetrated by Israeli settlers, especially in villages around Nablus, for example, which are in the north, where there are many settlements surrounding villages. We're not talking about just, the torching of houses and the torching of cars and whatnot. We're talking about people getting killed by armed settlers. And while they're being armed and attacking Palestinians, they're also being helped or aided by Israeli soldiers whose job technically is to be there to not allow such things to happen. But in a way, sometimes they just sit by idly and not do anything, or
yeah, and or they are helping actively. So it really is their goal right now. And we are going to now look at a few of these. Actually, let's watch a little bit more of this. I don't know why I'm doing it so quickly. Let's listen to a little bit more of
this.
They
actually participate in these attacks. That's why when you look at the UN figures, a lot of the times we see, 10 Palestinians have been killed by settlers, 2 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces, but then there is a line that says 3 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli settlers and or soldiers. So we don't know, because they are part of the system that's subjugating these Palestinians, that's, carrying out all this violence against them.
And it's not just those who are killed, but also the detentions of Palestinians in the West Bank. Could you talk about the conditions that they're facing in Israeli custody?
The detentions, honestly, they're atrocious, and they are the least talked about, even among Western journalists who actually haven't been really mentioning this at all. We're talking about the least amount of livable situations that any detainee can live in. So they get water up to 2 hours a day now. Sometimes they don't get to shower. The food that they get is rotten. I'm talking about the detainees in the 9,000 or so in Israeli prisons. They don't have access to their families. They don't have access to lawyers. The people who have come out with some have had their limbs amputated because of the extended use of handcuffs. So honestly, the conditions are really harrowing, and there's not much access. And right now, as we speak, I was just seeing that there is a detainee who died actually in an Israeli hospital a few days ago, and his body is still being withheld, and his family has not.
Ah, for fuck's sake. They won't even give back bodies. That is how depraved they are at this point. It is horrifying to see. Okay, moving on. Just because I have to. We have been going for over 4 hours now. No, actually we haven't. We're not 4 hours yet. We are deep into the stream right now. And there's still more to look at. Got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got like 8 more videos left. 8 or 7. I should wear my glasses. Okay, this is from a day ago. Al Jazeera English. Still speaking about settlers. Israeli settlers set fire to cars and homes of Palestinians under occupation in the West Bank. Oh, I forgot to read. Sorry, Chad. Hold on. Surveillance video caught Israeli settlers setting a Palestinian's car on fire. All while Israeli soldiers appear to stand nearby and watch. That day saw the biggest settler rampage since the Gaza genocide began. As Palestinian homes, cars, and farms are attacked in the occupied West Bank. Violence erupted when an Israeli teen went missing and was later found dead. Israel's army says he was killed in a terrorist attack. This is all that's left of this home after settlers torched it. Settlers surrounded him on all sides in western and northern areas, so they surrounded the house. He had around 120 heads of livestock. They fired incendiary bombs at them. Then they came out. He tried to get them. They followed him, around 20 or 30 settlers. They beat him up. They kept hitting him until he lost consciousness. They broke his skull. He's in an intensive care unit. They took the sheep to their camp. There have been 700 settler attacks since October 7th. 700. My God. And many Palestinians fear more attacks will force them to flee. Fucking hell. Oh, good to see you, Morbius.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, this is Mu'adhi Kahlout and I'm talking.
Okay, what's next? Okay, yeah, this next video is it's also from Al Jazeera. 1 dead and 11 wounded after Israel destroys mosque in northern Gaza. And just to remind everyone, a great deal of Palestinians have recently left southern Gaza and Rafah in hopes of being able to reestablish their lives in northern Gaza after a great portion of Israeli troops pulled out of northern Gaza.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, this is Muaddi Kahlout and I'm talking to you from Al Fakhura neighborhood where the mosque of Al Fakhura has been targeted yesterday night. In this place, one person have been killed, 1 civilian and 11 got injured. This place is a residential block. By the way, this is the mosque. Here is the microphones. I'm not sure that you can see it. In this place, as you can see, the surrounding, all of the houses is a residential houses, and all of them destroyed as the mosque has been destroyed.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Yep. Okay. Another war crime. Just racking them up. You swear to fuck if all these people aren't Nuremberged, you're gonna fucking lose it. Yeah. Wusa. Goosfraba. Goosfraba badash. I'm right there with you though, and I'm just trying to hold it together for everybody here, for the benefit of the stream and everything else, including my sanity. But let's just say this: at least the process is semi kind of underway. It's going to take years. Let's just remember that. And I know that's frustrating, but that's at least my estimation. I could be wrong. Could happen in months. Could happen. But right now, we already talked about it earlier today. Israel is actively obstructing the investigation of October 7th, let alone everything else. Right? That's according to the UN. So, you know, that's the situation that we're currently facing. We haven't even done the initial investigation into the attack that supposedly started the whole genocide. Okay. Moving forward. Okay. Yeah, sanity? Yeah, sanity. Sanity is a good and important thing for everybody to try and either obtain or maintain. Okay, let's watch this Democracy Now! Report from 15 hours ago. Quote unquote, I'm Jewish and I've covered wars. I know war crimes when I see them. Reporter Pete Mass on Gaza.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show with journalist Peter Maas, who has written an opinion piece for the Washington Post headlined, I'm Jewish and I've covered wars. I know war crimes when I see them, unquote. Until recently, Peter was a senior editor at The Intercept. He's the author of Love Thy Neighbor, A Story of War. He covered the Bosnia War for the Washington Post and the U.S. invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq for the New York Times Magazine. Peter, welcome to Democracy Now! You begin your piece in the Washington Post by saying, how does it feel to be a war crimes reporter whose family bankrolled a nation that's committing war crimes? I can tell you. Lay it out for us.
Well, my great-great-grandfather was Jacob Schiff, who was a financier at the end of the 19th century and early 20th century, one of the wealthiest people in the country, probably, who donated a lot of money and organized the movement of Jews, persecuted Jews from Europe, largely from Russia, but also from other countries in Russia, to any safe haven that would have them, including America, but also significantly British-controlled Palestine. And then his son-in-law, my great-grandfather, Felix Warburg, who married Jacob Schiff's daughter, continued that process of supporting and helping to organize the migration of persecuted Jews from Europe to British-controlled Palestine. This is before World War II, the Holocaust, and the establishment of Israel.
Yet you say they were anti-Zionists. Can you explain?
Well, they were non-Zionists, which was actually different, significantly different from being anti-Zionist. There was a movement amongst American Jews and Jews elsewhere in Europe that was called non-Zionism. And for them, the non-Zionists, the point was Jews should be able to go to British-controlled Palestine. They need to go to British-controlled Palestine because they need refuge from the persecution they're suffering in Europe. But they were against the establishment of a Jewish state for two reasons. One is that they were concerned that if there were a Jewish state, then all the anti-Semites in America and elsewhere would look at Jews who are not living in this Jewish state and say, your loyalty is actually to this other country. And that would kind of increase suspicions of Jews and make them seem lesser citizens in the countries that they were living in. And then the second concern, which is one that a lot of people had, but that non-Zionists also had and pronounced, was they were concerned about violence between Arabs and Jews. They just kind of said, look, if one side, the Jews or the Arabs for that matter, try to exert total control over the state that's going to be established there, because remember, at this time, Palestine was under the control of British mandate, then it's going to be really violent. My great-grandfather referred to it as a shooting gallery.
And Peter, you also covered the wars in Croatia and Bosnia, and could you talk about how your journalism there helps inform your perspective of what's going on? Because many of course, of our listeners and viewers are not familiar with those wars and the war crimes committed there.
In the early I
actually did a report my senior year. That was like was it my senior project? I can't remember if it was my senior project or just a large report I did for something, but like AP history or something. But basically, like I did an entire report on what happened in the Bosnia conflict. So this is kind of right up my alley. very much is very relevant to this situation, I'd point out.
Yugoslavia, which was a kind of conglomeration of different republics, I forget, 5 or 6, I forget the precise number actually, began to fall apart. And instead of falling apart peacefully, it fell apart violently. And there was first a war when Slovenia, one of the republics, seceded. And then there was an even larger war when Croatia, another one of its constituent republics, seceded. And then when Bosnia did the same, this was in 1992, this was unfortunately the largest war of all. There were a significant number of Serbs who lived in Bosnia. And Slobodan Milosevic, who was the leader in Belgrade of kind of all Serbs in the country, organized the kind of provisioning of military material and soldiers, guerrilla fighters, paramilitaries to go in and basically fight against the Muslims and Croats in Bosnia who wanted to have an independent state and who voted in a referendum for an independent state. And the warfare, which I went to cover, it was not your ordinary war of army against army. It was a war of paramilitaries committing atrocities against defenseless civilians, largely Muslims, some Croats. And it also consisted of sieges against the few cities that were able to resist the onslaught. Sarajevo was one of these cities. Srebrenica was another one of these cities. And so I was there covering this war.
Now, they don't get into them in too much detail, but some of the atrocities that were committed are absolutely fucking harrowing. Like the things that I heard when researching that project I referred to, some of the things I heard about back in high school, they were just, I didn't, honestly, like up to that point, I didn't realize that people could commit such terrible things. I mean, I was aware of the Holocaust. So, I mean, I guess I wasn't not aware, but it was just, I guess it was one of the first like non-Holocaust related genocides that I really looked into. And it's I wouldn't necessarily recommend looking into it just because of how terrible it is, but it is relevant. Why does history have to be so terrible sometimes?
Terrible things happen that are not supposed to happen in war. I mean, wars are violent. Civilians get killed in wars, but it's not always illegal. In this case, there were civilians right under my window in Sarajevo getting shot by snipers. I wrote about that. There were civilians whose houses were getting bombed. There were civilians who were standing in bread lines who were getting bombed and killed. There were aid shipments of medicine and food that were being prohibited from entry into these so-called safe areas because they were supposed to have been protected by the United Nations, but were not. And so I was there reporting on this. And in 1993, a year after this war began, there was an international criminal tribunal that was set up to investigate war crimes and possible genocide that was occurring at the time in Bosnia. And that tribunal subsequently did hold a number of trials, including of senior Bosnian Serb leaders, the military leader Ratko Mladic, the political leader Radovan Karadzic, and the Serbian leader Slobodan Milosevic, in which the charges included genocide. And both Karadzic and Mladic are now in jail for the rest of their lives on charges that include genocide. So I was reporting on this genocide.
As you compare what you saw in Bosnia to what you saw in Gaza, you write in that piece, when I reported from besieged Sarajevo, I stayed in a hotel that was smack on the front line with Serbian snipers routinely firing at civilians walking under my window. On a spring day in 1993, I heard the familiar crack and whistle of a sniper's bullet, followed by an awful scream. I went to my window and saw a wounded civilian trying to crawl to safety. Writing in the Post more than 3 decades ago, I described the man's desperate shouts as a mad howl of a person pushed over the edge. It came from the lungs, from the heart, from the mind, you write in the Washington Post. You also write about disturbing video footage from Gaza that shows Hala Kres walking on a so-called safe route in January with her grandson, 5-year-old Taim Adel, who was holding a white flag when she was shot and killed by an Israeli sniper. Talk about the comparisons, or what you call the rhymes.
Yeah, I mean, God, I remember those stories so well. This is the most, there's so many disturbing things going on in Gaza now and in the West Bank. But as the Israeli attack began after the Hamas attack on October 7th against Israel, we began seeing these videos and reports emerging from these very brave journalists in Gaza of what was happening. And for example, that video of this grandmother being shot, obviously quite intentionally. And everything that I was seeing, flower line massacres in Gaza, for example, airdrops of humanitarian aid that killed some of the people they were intended to help because they landed on top of these people, also happened in Bosnia. I began seeing just the same kinds of incidents that were the constituent elements in Bosnia of genocide, also happening in Gaza, but kind of most disturbing in a way, at a scale that was larger than Bosnia. I mean, for example, in Bosnia, over the course of its 4-year war, there were something like 7,000 or 8,000 children killed, which is terrible. In Gaza, over the course of just 6 months, there have been more than 13,000 children killed. So, I just could not help but see not only the parallels, but also how what seems to be unfolding in Gaza is even worse than what I saw in Bosnia.
And we have a minute left.
Okay. Well, we watched basically that whole interview. And I kind of knew that one was going to happen. I just realized I think this might be... Oh my god. How did I not notice this until just now? Oh boy. The timer on Streamlabs is completely busted. How long have I been actually going? Oh, I've been going for an hour longer than I thought. It's 4.5 hours in. Jesus Christ, chat. Here I was thinking, man, I'm still making great time. 3.5 hours. How's that possible? No. No, stop lying to yourself, Streamlord. Been going for nearly 5. Thankfully, we're nearly done. At least for me. I don't know about for you. We have 3 more videos here. Well, 4 actually. 4. Excuse me, spoke too soon. 4th to last video. 2 days ago, thousands of displaced Palestinians tried to return home in North Gaza.
We're currently standing a couple of meters away from Wadi Gaza, the area that separates the north of Gaza with the south of Gaza. Earlier today in the morning, a couple of families had the opportunity to go back to the north. It was very surprising. People started coming from all parts of the southern areas to this area, where they're saying that they want to go back to the north. As you see, people are holding their bags, are holding all of what they own and have, and they are walking to that checkpoint, hoping they could cross back to the north. But on the other hand, people know that in the north there is starvation, there's famine, they won't find food. They know that the situation in the northern Gaza Strip is very dire.
That was not one video. That was not one video ago. I did not say 8 one video. I said you just got distracted. We watched 2 different Democracy Now videos. There was 2 in between 2 Democracy Now videos. So I think you somehow must have looked away and come back. We've watched 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our 5th now video since I said 8 videos. We still have 3 videos after this, so I believe I've counted correctly. Okay, pal.
But they still want to go back to their houses. They want to check up on their beloved ones. Most of these families have their beloved ones still trapped under the rubble. They want to go and see their families, see their houses, if they're still standing or not. We have been talking to more than one family, and they said that they do not have anything to lose. And all they want right now is to go back to their houses.
We don't want to stay in Rafah. We want to go back to our home. There is nothing to do in Rafah. We're looking for peace. Enough of this situation. Look, people are running to go back. We will only get sick here if we stay.
Some people had the ability to leave and to cross from the south to the north, and others are telling us that they're going to stay here and they're going to wait till the morning to cross again.
A lot of frowny faces in chat. I hope those aren't all for me. Okay, this next one is from 14 hours ago. We watched, I think, part of this footage already yesterday, but there's other footage in here that wasn't available at the time, so we're going to watch this. This is footage showing Gazans fleeing strikes as people try to return to the north. It's from 14 hours ago from Global News. Oh, I'm sorry, Guardian News. Footage on social media shows Gazans fleeing, with the strikes in the background on the coastal road connecting north to south. Planes can be seen dropping munitions as groups of people attempt to return to the north. Witnesses describe coming under Israeli sniper fire. Worried about the possible arrival of Israeli forces and tired of living amid shelters, hundreds of displaced people headed north amid rumors of people passing IDF checkpoints. But Israel has warned Gaza is not to return to the active zone. Of course I miss my home and my neighbors and everyone around me. I miss the soil of my house. I miss the bricks. I miss everything in our house. Gazan officials say 5 people were killed on the road to the north. The Israeli military has not responded to these reports. Of course they don't. Of course they have no response, as usual, to the fucked stuff they're doing. Okay, what's next? Okay, yeah.
Long lines snaked outside a bakery.
There was this. We watched actually a kind of a part of the story yesterday as well. But this is more footage of this as well. So here we go. And this is like one of the very few slightly kind of positive stories. It's still heartbreaking at the very end. But here we go. It's from a day ago. Aid brings a Gaza bakery back to life.
Long lines snaked outside a bakery in Gaza City on Sunday
For fuck's
as it
sake, that
started
line is
operating
insane.
again for the first time in 6 months. It reopened with help from the World Food Program and is providing desperately needed food in a part of the territory where the United Nations has warned of imminent famine. Abdul Rahman Al-Jadba scored a bag of bread for his family. He says he had been forced to feed his children bread made with flour mixed with sand.
I forgot it wasn't even at the end. It was right there. That shit is the saddest thing. Not even the saddest thing, but it's just... Oh. Feeding your kids fucking bread made out of flour and sand. That's the act of pure desperation. This is pure desperation, people. This is just so hungry that you're just wanting to fill your kid's stomach with something. But, I mean, sand obviously has zero nutritional value. It's actually bad for your digestive system. And it's just such a sad thing. But it's just, I mean, it's great that they have bread now. But I'm just saying, like, the fact that they had to go for any amount of time eating sand is fucking wrong.
Our feeling after bread became available, it brought some sense of relief to be able to feed these children, fill the hunger and be able to move on to the next day and maybe, God willing, bring more.
Israel's offensive in the Gaza Strip has turned much of the territory into a wasteland, with an unfolding humanitarian catastrophe since October. That's when the militant Islamist group Hamas ignited war by storming southern Israel.
Oh.
Israel has faced increased
they did it.
international pressure to
I
let
see.
more aid into the Gaza Strip since it targeted
Thanks,
an aid
Reuters.
convoy on April 1st, killing international relief workers. The World Food Program says it's been using a new coordinated route to get aid into northern Gaza. It says it was able to make its first delivery to the bakery on Saturday, with enough flour to make 14,000 bread parcels a day. The spokesperson said the hope is to expand to 3 more bakeries and keep up regular deliveries. At home, Al-Jadba says the bakery bread cost about 5 shekels, or just over $1.
Just so good to see.
10 days ago, it would have cost 20 times as much. He says he's praying he
This
can
guy
keep
looks
getting
so
fresh
happy.
bread.
Ah.
Israel, which denies hindering humanitarian relief to Gaza, has said that aid is moving into Gaza more quickly. But the amount is disputed, and the United Nations says it is still much less than the bare minimum to meet humanitarian.
And seriously, that entire fucking street is just filled with people. I think that's really what I remember being sad. Is just seeing this massive, massive crowd waiting for bread. And I hope they all get some. I genuinely hope they all get some. We couldn't hope for anything more than that. Okay, this is a interview with a very important person by the name of Zontan, done by... Oh, it's odd. The name of this YouTube channel is Very Important People. Maybe you should all go subscribe to their channel because it's funny. But he has a very important message for the journalists at MSNBC.
Have a gift. Oh, no.
You got that out of us.
Tell that to MSNBC. They don't want me.
Who
So.
is this? Who's
It's
this?
what's a news.
MSNBC, I'll kill you.
Okay, don't say that. Don't, because I am still. I mean, this is great.
Every person on MSNBC?
Yeah, no.
The guillotine.
We're not threatening anybody at MS. This is not a threat to anybody at MSNBC.
It is.
No, it's not.
Unfortunately, I've never been more serious.
Oh god, it's so good. Oh, it's so funny. Hey, no, don't you dare try and play Daily Show right now.
Hey, welcome to the Daily Show. My name is Joe.
You'll get fucking copyright struck midstream for doing that. I'm pretty sure. I'm quite confident, actually. Bread for all and freedom? I agree. I can get on that ticket. I support that message 100%. Bread and freedom for all. Okay. Well, that was quite the journey, chat. I'm glad that I had you all here with me. Without you, the Galactic News Network would just be me, yelling into the void at all of these things that I keep looking at. Well, that's it for me, Streamlord. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Where is it? There. Oh, you thought I was gonna forget this? Well, can't do that. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Robot Cat, Pitchforks Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, and Vincent Morales. Thanks to the contributions of these individuals, the Galactic News Network can continue our goal, space domination. You too can become more galactic for a few dollars a month by clicking this Patreon link.